And a very good afternoon to you, and you're very welcome here to the University of Galway Connacht GA Air Dome, and it's in Beacon outside Ballyhonus in County Mayo we are, but it's of course a big weekend of University Colleges Camogie, and we're getting ready for the Purcell Cup. My name is Killian Whelan, and throughout the next hour and a half we'll be bringing you the best of the action, of course, between SETU Carlow and University of Galway. Joining me on commentary, as he will be throughout the afternoon himself, he'll be involved with the Ashburn later on, is Darren Kelly. Good afternoon to you, Darren.
Good afternoon, Killian.
Darren, you were here. You have had the facility here yesterday. I'm still in awe of this place. A phenomenal facility to have, and to be able to be available to play these finals in, isn't it?
And especially the time of the year, like in January, Killian, with the weather around the country, like Connacht GA and even LGFA Camogie took advantage of using this facility when they could too, and you can understand why other provinces want to get it. But it's been absolutely unreal. Certainly different environment when you come in the first time, and even though I'm a Galway man too, it was my first time to walk in here to this dome there yesterday, and what two games we enjoyed in the Ashburn Cup, and we'll talk more about that later on. But even we were here watching the Father Maher Cup, and congratulations to Queen's University Belfast winning that. The standard there, the ball moves an awful lot faster than it would in the outdoor pitches this time of the year. But even you made a point in that commentary too that will affect these two teams. They both won their semi-finals yesterday, but they both won them outdoor in the grass, in the wind. It's a completely different game here today.
Yeah, completely different. It is cool inside here in the dome, but there's a breeze at the moment outside that you would know you're in the west of Ireland, no question, and there's also a bit of rainfall, and so they're protected from the elements, and that should then bode well for the quality of game, you would imagine, Darren, in the sense that, you know, ball is going to move fairly quick.
Yeah, well, the three games I've watched here over the weekend so far, there's been great moments in the games and great scores, but the key thing, the ball moving so quickly. Even there beforehand, we were up in the commentary box, we went live, we put out from the Galway goalkeeper, and it hit me in the face. That's how quick the ball moved as well. But thankfully, we're good to tell the tale. But look, that's the reality. Is the only thing that's going to potentially go against these players at the moment is nerves. It's an All-Ireland final. Both these institutions with different names now looking to bridge gaps since they last won the Purcell Cup as well. And it's a big occasion for them too, because this is third level colleges. This is one of the elite events on the Camogie calendar. It's a big day for them. But when they get settled into the contest, as we've seen in the games we watched so far, especially the Father Maher Cup and the fast pace of the final 15 minutes, we well have that, Killian, and no doubt this will go down to the wire.
Yeah, and a little bit of pressure, I suppose, when you're the hosts, because they're in the Purcell Cup final, of course, in the University of Galway. That adds a little bit of extra pressure, doesn't it?
Well, it does too, but it's an honour as well for any college to host it too. And for University of Galway, they're here. They're two teams, but they're a second team in the Cork and Whalington final. They lost out to University of Limerick by a point last night, 2-9 to 1-11. So they'll want to come home with some silverware. And also too, Killian, we have to remember the University of Galway were the runners-up in this competition last year. They lost out to MTU Cork. There's still many survivors from that team. They will come in as the favourites, but SETU Carlow, great tradition as well down there in sport too. They're in this final. They had a good victory in their semi-final yesterday as well, and they'll be up to spoil the party, dare I say.
I'd imagine, and when you have the Downey sisters involved obviously as well, they're bringing such a pedigree to their
they're worth about 2 or 3 points alone with just by being here, like.
Darren, before we wrap up and head back up to the commentary position, you know, looking at both sides, you know, Galway coming in here with a little bit of recent hurt in this competition. Do you think the fact we're on a bit of their home territory, do you think that bit of hurt, that might be enough to get them over the line here?
Yeah, well, not that I like to put the hex in them, but you have to call the stats what you see on paper, and what we saw in last year's final too as well. And with the calibre of some of these Galway players that we'll go through in the commentary box, a lot of these Galway players here have inter-county experience, but their standout player is probably a Kilkenny player, Galway's favourite Kilkenny player, in Tiffany Fitzgerald, and she of course was a rising star in the Purcell Cup last year too. But as you mentioned there, with what SETU Carlow have, and especially Anne Downey, their manager, good spread of players around the Midlands and down that neck of the woods too. Look, University of Galway had a big victory yesterday over Mary I. They were runners-up last year. They're hosting the competition. We might be up in County Mayo, but this is University of Galway country. They will go in as favourites, and if I was to make a prediction, I would be going for University of Galway.
Okay, so Darren giving the nod to the locals, of course, here in the University of Galway Connacht GA Dome. We've lots to look forward to over the next while. We're going to break from on pitch and head up to our commentary position and get ready for what promises to be a cracking Purcell Cup final. Stick with us. And of course, a very good afternoon to you back here in the Connacht Airdome. First Class Rivals, Electric Ireland sponsoring, of course, this great camogie competitions, of course, across the weekend here at the fabulous facility of the University of Galway Connacht Airdome. In the middle there, referee Gavin Dunnigan having a word with the respective captains. And let's go down through the teams as we get ready for the throw-in, because both of them have announced changes. So we begin with as follows: in goal, Kayla Joyce Foley from the Barra Rangers and Kilkenny. Number 2, Sarah Condon from Knockaderry and Limerick. 3 will be Leah Daly from Camross and Laois. Number 4, Aoife Hochter from St Killian's and Offaly. 5 is Amy Gallagher and Amy Collier, I should say, from Camross in Laois. Scarf Gunlow and Clare represented by centre back Susan Daly. Coming in wearing number 18 is Cuiva Sheehan from Milford and Cork. She replaces Sarah Morrison, her fellow Corkonian. Number 8 worn by Sophie Kerr from Connie Shamrocks in Kilkenny. Niamh Breed of Carlow represented by Helen Roach. Number 10 Amy Nolan from Michael and Carlow, and also Carlow Bagnus and Gale player Eve Sinnott wears 11. Emma Mulhall from Connie Shamrocks in Kilkenny wears 12. Then Linda Daly, joining her sister, of course, on the team from Scarf Gunlow, wearing 13. Sophie Birmingham from Kiltegan and Wicklow will wear 14. And Ciara Kavanagh of Mount Leinster Rangers and Carlow will wear number 15.
Yeah, indeed, the two Dalys stand out there straight away from Clare Killian. When you look at them, Susan Daly at number 6, and of course Linda there in the attack as well. Sophie Birmingham, Ciara Kavanagh, an attack that has an awful lot of potential if they can get the supply down there to them. That's why in midfield there with Sophia Kerr and Helen Roach, the Kilkenny and Carlow player respectively, they'll be very, very important to try and win their battles there. No doubt they will get support from 5 to 12 as well, but if they can get around the top of the middle chart, get the ball down there, led by Susan Daly at centre back, that's what SETU Carlow will be looking at.
Yeah, and then for University of Galway, of course, coming in on the back of having lost 2 Purcell Cup finals in a row last year, TU Cork, and then the year previously to TUD, of course, who are the reigning Ashburn Cup champions and will be here in the final in 2 hours' time. But University of Galway looking to put that behind them, starting out with of course a very experienced netminder in Fiona Ryan of Balladreen and Galway in goal. The rest are all Galway. One from Sarsfields is Rachel Kelly, of course, wearing 2. Sarah Lyons of Kiltormer will wear 3, and number 4 is Emily O'Connor from Slane Club. Number 5 is Muireann Faherty of Ballandreen. Then Kilkenny, represented of course by Tiffany Fitzgerald of Young Ireland's. Back to Galway then with Sarsfields, Joanne Daly wearing 7. Niamh McPeak of Lee Mellows will wear 8. Alana Kelly of Portumna will wear 9. Ciara Hickey of Davits will wear 10. Coming in wearing number 18 from Davits is Catherine Hanley. She replaces Laura Kelly. Tegan Canning and Mulya will wear number 12. Mairead Dillon of Kilcurran, you'll pronounce that properly for me, Darren. I always stumble over it. Will be wearing 13. Coming in wearing number 20 is Anya Loughlin from Trua Clonlara of Clare. She replaces Crea Langton from the Rower Inish D Club. And number 15, Aoife Power of Scarf Gunlow in Clare. So a great day for Scarf Gunlow, having representatives on both teams here today.
So we're going to have a national anthem there at the moment, but somebody's obviously having fun outside the dome. But Killian, just look at that Galway team before we get to the throw-in. Star power throughout the field. We have Rachel Kelly from the Sarsfields and Joanne Daly there, who've been part of the Sarsfields teams that have competed with colours in All-Ireland Club finals recently. It's a strong half-back line in Muireann Faherty from Ballandarian and Tiffany Fitzgerald. Niamh McPeak, another player there as well, standing out. Tegan Canning, the niece of Joe Canning. Mairead Dillon as well up in the attack, and Anya Loughlin coming into the team. Lots of star power with Galway.
Lots of star power indeed for Galway here as we get ready to get underway, and ball thrown in by Gavin, and straight away it is Galway who are on the attack with their centre back here in Tiffany Fitzgerald, going to have a shot early doors, and there it is over the bar. 10 seconds on my watch. It's on the screen there, as you can see. Straight off, scored by Tiffany Fitzgerald, but she was in the pocket waiting for the throw-in. Darren was on the charge straight off.
That's exactly why she's one of the top players in this team, and why she's joined Captain Killian there. Read the break there perfectly, had the space to go for, made no mistake with that. She was always going to put it over the bar. Ideal start for Galway.
Ideal start for Galway, and over straight away they are on the charge up the far wing with their number 7 in Joanne Daly from Sarsfields, knocking the ball down into the corner where it's going to be picked up by Aoife Power. Power, of course, up against the Daly sisters here today with SETU Carlow, all 3 from Scarf Gunlow, but that ball is in from McPeak there. They're calling her peaky here. The Lee Mellows players put the ball over the bar. They've had 2 scores in the opening minute, Darren.
Yeah, indeed they have as well, Alan. That's exactly what they wanted to do. And Niamh McPeak as well, who lined up with the Galway seniors last year, played in the All-Ireland semi-final from the difficult left angle. Look, University of Galway, as we said at the start, are strong favourites in this game. They want to lay down a marker at the start, and so far they're doing that.
Getting on the ball, Sophia Kerr from Connie Shammerson, driving on now, trying to get away, looking to lay off that pass towards Kavanagh here. Opportunity maybe for SETU. Carlo, ball taken away there from Amy Nolan, the Michael player. Little bit of sadness, of course, in the Michael club in recent weeks with the passing of Olivia O'Neill, who was a fair club player for Michael in their day. And if anyone from Michael is tuned in, we send on our deepest sympathies. Olivia was a fair operator, as we said, for Michael when they were at the top of the club scene. But we're worrying here about University's Purcell Cup final, and the ball has been driven across here, and straight away in possession again are Galway, starting off with Mairead Dillon, settling on the ball and up and over the bar. And Darren, they mean business here.
They certainly mean business. Niamh McPeak involved in that score there as well, but Mairead Dillon, another person, and ever present in the Galway intermediates, and always a big score too from Kilkenarn, took the opportunity there when Niamh McPeak put the ball inside. 3 points to nil, not even 2 minutes gone.
Yeah, not even 2 minutes gone. Such a healthy support team, of course, with the Galway players, and one or two from Clare, a couple of Kilkenny thrown in as well. You'd imagine, where the standard lies, Darren, they probably should be ahead of a team that is, an awful lot of Carlow, Kilkenny, Midlands mix, as you said. You'd imagine the Galway team should be setting a standard here. Yeah,
but of course, when you say that, Killy, you just made a point there in regards to Michael a few minutes ago, and of course, they've been prominent in the national scene too. Look, the great thing about third level colleges, the great reason why we're here, is the equaliser. It doesn't matter where in the country you are from, what county you play for. When you're here, it's level. And as you mentioned in the pre-match there with Anne and Angela Downey involved, well, they bring their expertise as well, and they know the talent.
Yeah, that ball was brought on there by Amy Collier, of course, of the Camross club. Amy, a fine underage player with Camross and Laois, and got that ball down, and eventually it was a foul committed, and Ciara Kavanagh, another fine player who was lined out with Mount Leinster Rangers, but obviously with Carlow about to take this free. Plenty of action going on in the fields out around the dome here, and I imagine the schools final it's on outdoors is creating the noise, if you do hear, picking up on our microphones here behind us. But we're worrying about the Purcell Cup final, of course, brought to you by Electric Ireland. Hashtag FirstClassRivals if you're talking about it on social media. Ciara getting a good connection on that, I have to say, from that free, and putting the ball over the bar. SETU in their blue jersey here today. Have to say, I love the colours. Lovely contrasting colours from ones that we're normally used to when we go to counties and whatever.
Yeah, and of course, Killian, just a touch there as well for SETU Carlow after the tough start that they had. Just to get a score on days like this, and we've seen it in the matches that we watched, they can swing very, very quickly. They're off the mark there now, and that'll help everyone settle down. Alana
Kelly getting on this ball, though, driving it directly down along the line. Looked like a bit of a hair pull there, I thought, on Aoife Power, but she was able to swing away and have a shot off. But Gavin Donegan, is he awarding the free? Let's looking out to see. Yeah, he is. And he well spotted, and he's pointing to the head there. Might have been not deliberate, but it was enough to pull Aoife Power's head back as she went to get away from her attacker, and it's going to be a free directly in front of the goal.
Well spotted by yourself, Killian, there too. You were onto that quick enough, and Gavin Donegan saw it there as well. So an opportunity for University of Galway to go back 3 in front.
The chance comes in then, and the ball is up and over the bar then for that. So University of Galway out in front, and the point coming from the sub, Laura Kelly.
It was Catherine Hanley there, Killian, that put that over there. She has brought into the starting team as well, and understandably she's in which goal to probably take advantage of opportunities like that.
Yeah, sorry, Catherine Hanley. I do have the number written beside it. I don't know why I said that, but yeah, Catherine Hanley with the score then here in the opening stages.
In fairness to yourself, Killian, Laurie Kelly is a very, very solid free taker as well. Does it well for Salty, not Nicara, so I wouldn't blame you for mixing it up.
Ball is driven long here now as SE2 Carlow looks to get on a Kavanagh, looking to get a fly shot off, but it's well blocked away. There was a chance there for SE2 Carlow. Just going to show you, Darren, that Galway got to be careful if that ball lands in around the edge of their square there.
Well, one goal is going to be massive in this game, and of course it is early stages while University of Galway are enjoying the action so far. We're looking at Tegan Canning goal for a shot at the post, and another excellent excellent effort out on the left-hand side from Tegan Canning to put 4 in front. A 4-point swing there, Killian, because SETU Carlow were very, very close.
Yeah, and looking at the spread of scores already, Galway just, haven't missed too many opportunities. Anything that's come down around them, they put the ball over the bar, Darren, and taking every chance and starting quite well here. And I'd imagine the management that Kevin Connolly led, they're quite happy with their start so far.
Yeah, no wides officially. There was the one wide there, but of course went back for the free as well. But SETU Carlow just need to keep focusing on their game plan. They have a chance here.
Opportunity here now, maybe breaking for Amy Nolan. Had to swing wide. Has she got on the board? She has. And she joins her county colleague in Ciara Kavanagh. Fine score from Amy Nolan when it looked like she was running out of road a bit.
Yeah, but the ball bounced nicely for her too, and she was in the space, did the intelligent thing, as we just see here on our screen there. Got herself a bit closer, and she knew the right time before she went out of the angle. Puts the ball over the bar.
Puts the ball over the bar. Of course, there's a fluorescent yellow sliotar, of course, that is in play now, and it's handy in somewhere like the Dome here as the shot comes in straight away from Tegan Canning as she got 2 in a row. Tegan has. And she's loving that bit of space over there at the minute, Darren.
Yeah, but it was, of course, Fiona Reinigan. We have to credit the goalkeeper. I joked about how accurate she was with her puck outs before we went on air, but there she was there. Long ball down. It bounced nicely for Tegan Canning, and she puts it over the bar, similar to where she got the previous score too. And interesting to make the point about the yellow sliotar's, and a lot of talk has been about them when they were coming into the game too. I know that Joe wasn't a big fan of them at the start there too, but it does help us to see the ball much better in this environment, and I can only imagine that it helps the umpires and helps the players as well.
Aaron Hogg now brought Gavin Dunnigan's attention to something. I wonder, are they having a doubts about the score? And he's gone into his umpires there. Tegan seemed quite convinced she had got it, and I think Gavin Dunnigan is going to disallow it here by the looks of things. Yeah, and
we're at the opposite side of the field there to even go back. There's no real point going back and checking. It looked an excellent effort there as well, but the umpires had given it. But then again, that's why you have a team of officials, and if Aaron Hogg was in line with the shot and he thought it went wide, well, I'm not going to argue with that.
No, and Aaron did call him over there and have that, and they've sorted that out, so it remains 5 points to 2, and it's officially down as a wide then against going to say NUIG. They still have that moniker there, but it's University of Galway that is now the new term, and they've straight away put pressure there on the SETU Carlow. Backs coming out, and a chance here again for the number 18, of course, Catherine Hanley from Davidson Galway, to extend their lead here. Just off the D then, standing with this. Having a shot at the post and up and over the bar, and Catherine Hanley was a change to the team here before the off from the programme anyway, and after 9 minutes here she has made it 6 points to 2.
And a good score from herself there as well, Killian, which I think that's our second of the game, if I'm correct there, to put 4 points between the teams again. University Galway just getting on with it at the moment.
Yeah, Tiffany Fitzgerald, Niamh McPeak, Mairead Dillon, Tegan Canning, and 2 from Catherine Hanley. The scores for University of Galway, the scores coming from SETU Carlow from Ciara Kavanagh and Amy Nolan. One of Mount Leinster Rangers, one of Michael. Fierce rivals. But they're putting all that behind them here today, playing with SETU Carlow. Hashtag First Class Rivals Electric Ireland. You're watching this coverage on YouTube. And this ball knocked long and up and over the bar. And that is a fine effort from young Amy Collier.
Yeah, and of course you have to credit Helen Roach with the work she put in there beforehand, fighting for the ball and eventually winning the free. But again, even though we've no wins, no factors like that here, they're not straightforward ones when you're taking them from about 70 yards out the field. So Amy will be delighted to put that over.
Ball breaks off of that puck up from Fiona Ryan, is driven forward by Helen Roach, but it's turned over again by Galway. But the ball lands here for SETU Carlow, but Gavin Dunnigan calling it back for a free. And Galway have a chance so to get going here. What would you call the colour of the jerseys, Darren? I know it's putting down there, is it official on the colours? See somewhere as maroon and white. It looks more like a bloodish red, does it?
Yeah, it's a light maroon anyway, Killian. That's one thing I'll say to you, because I was actually had to have a double look there when we came in to look at the teams, but it's definitely a different colour. Look, as you mentioned, the colours for both teams look very good contrasting colours, and the players just getting on with the job. Yeah,
there's no question. We can clearly make them out. Carlow and said this lovely shade that they've had in the last couple of years, and opportunities going for a penalty here, I think, is he? Yeah,
say so.
Trip there, and Carlow are in control of the situation, but you'd have to credit Galway getting involved there, getting stuck in, and forcing the pressure. And a foul committed.
I don't know, was it a bit of frustration there from Susan Daly? Now, she was trying to play a ball, you would feel. We just see it here too, but it's like she lashed out and it was always going to go against her. So we're just having a look here. The two players collide. Susan picks it up. I don't know if she got pickpocketed in the process. And yet the ball just gets away for her and just a rush of blood to the head there.
Oh, yeah, no question about it on Crea Langton, who was coming in and just making herself awkward. And just as you said, a rush of blood there, not the moment in time, I think, for that to happen. So, opportunity here then.
Catherine Hanley goes for the shot, and it's in the back of the... No, it's gone wide. She's missed it. It's just very hard to tell here from her.
It's that back net that's put you off there, I think, a bit, Darren, but a chance gone a big in there for Carlo. And again, Darren, I don't believe, maybe an opportunity there where she caught it too high, Catherine Hanley, but, in the surface that it is, you'd imagine low here is going to work an awful lot better.
Oh, yeah, it looks like one of those indecisive shots too. I wasn't too sure, but SETU on the move.
Strong room from Amy Nolan again, blocked down those, the ball breaks over here towards Ciara Kavanagh. Kavanagh though has been harangued and hassled off that ball, and there's an opportunity here for Galway now to clear it with Muireann Faherty. Ball drops on the deck though as we watch it on our screen here with the Galway dugout down below us. Hard to see the sideline, we can just about make it out ourselves there and with the camera. And Dave and Luke doing their best up there, and Ger as well with us here today from Entray as the ball breaks in for SE2. Carlo coming inside now, can't catch. I thought she overstepped it all right, but the referee I think was allowing an advantage there for Carlo, and there's an opportunity for them to narrow the gap. Ciara Kavanagh, I'd imagine, going to step up on this one.
Yeah, it looks like a high touch in there, and Sophia Kerr there as well, and Gavin Donegan again, giving them a few seconds to see what they could do with it. No score accruing on that occasion, but as you say there, Ciara Kavanagh getting ready to take this. SETU Carlo will not be too despondent if this goes over the bar. Based on what we've seen over the opening 12 minutes, to bring it back to a 2-point ball game, I think they'll be very content with that.
Yeah, well, considering the missed penalty below by Catherine Hanley, an opportunity here for Kavanagh now. Very unusual stance that she has, but it all works out and it all goes over the bar from Ciara Kavanagh. And when we're going over the bar, we're not going to knock any kind of method that is used to put them over, are we, Darren?
No, most certainly not. We do, and I don't know if viewers or people appreciate that the effort the free takers go into getting their technique right and going through the process very, very well. That's the one for Ciara Kavanagh. It's worked so far with 2 scores for her, and our team only 2 points behind.
Yeah, only 2 points behind, 6 points to 4, 13 minutes gone. It is the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final, but here's an opportunity now. Ball missed by the defender, charging forward here are Galway with Tegan Canning, going to have a shot, back of the net this time. Tegan Canning has had a goal and a point. She's had one chalked off as well. We've seen a penalty missed by Catherine Hanley, but Tegan Canning found the net. Lovely ball across the field by Ciara Hickey. Lovely ball then was step inside Tegan Canning, got away from the defender, and she went low across all the bodies into the back of the net. Great goal.
Yeah, and Eva Huckter will be disappointed you didn't get a touch in that to cut it out, but Ciara Hickey, it was great fish, and Tegan Canning has been gaining an awful lot of ground down that left flank so far, and happy enough to go for a shot. Remember the point, it was disallowed, it was very, very close. She'd only one thing on her mind when she got in there, went for the back of the net. University of Galway have gotten the goal. Did you feel their performances, I won't say deserved, but probably has merited so far, and they're on the attack again.
Yeah, good play there, you'd have to say, by Sarah Lyons, clearing out that danger when she was being fouled in there as the full back, and the ball has worked its way all the way up to the far end of the field where Mairead Dillon is looking to get inside. Ball is diverted in, but Carlo look like they have cleared it, but it's slack clearance to Ciara Hickey. Hickey settling on this ball, driving it in and over the bar, and as you can hear behind us, Kevin Connolly quite happy with that score. The movement at Galway is something else to behold, isn't it?
Yeah, and they just get into their stride again after, I suppose, being lulled for a couple of moments and the missed penalty there as well. But again, Ciara Hickey involved in the move, this time to score, but Mairead Dillon, a very, very dangerous attacker, as I said earlier on. She had the composure there to just gain a few yards, get inside. I know the ball broke out kind of for Ciara Hickey in the end, but she was perfectly positioned to get the score, and all of a sudden a 6 between them.
Yeah, Carlo got within 2, and then a goal and a point have conceded in 70 seconds, and that's been the changing point here. Galway getting a little bit of, I would imagine, purpose on that side of the field, Darren, at the minute.
Yeah, like there's been a few players standing up so far. Tegan Canning obviously standing out with the chances that she has had in the game, and Joanne Daly there brings her experience from Sarsfields. There's Tegan Canning again down the left, and Mairead Dillon, Killian. Carlo do not want to let her get anywhere near the goal.
Yeah, ball breaks and power of Scariff Gunlow being tracked there by her clubmate, with representing Carlo in Daly. As that ball eventually is cleared there by Sarah Condon. Down along the line it goes, but it's the other number 2 that's picked it up in Rachel Kelly, the Sarsfields player. Disappointment for her, of course, at the end of 2023 with Sarsfield's loss in the Club All-Ireland final. Looking to, suppose, start 2024 off in a good light by winning a Purcell Cup and re-emerge back up into the Ashburn Cup. The great work that's been done in Galway in an effort for that to happen. Well read there by Tiffany Fitzgerald. As Darren Caller, Galway's favourite Kilkenny person, as the ball is moved into the middle and taken on here by Mairead Dillon. Dillon interloaded pass. Look at this play. Ciara Hickey. That is a phenomenal score. Tiffany involved, setting it all up. 13 and 10 link up, and it's the same result.
And Niamh McPeak involved in it as well, Killian, just beforehand there too. And this is the ball down to Mairead Dillon, and of course she's getting into her groove at the moment. So is Ciara Hickey. SETU Carlow didn't give them much space, but they gave them enough, and University of Galway put a gap between them.
It's 1-8 to 4 points. Ball is pucked out here, and it's Amy Collier sending it diagonally across the field, but it's well read there by the centre back. And Galway now nearly feel like it was someone like an attack on them that Carlow got within 2 points, because all of a sudden they're spraying the ball around here. An opportunity now for young Power to get inside. Aoife Power bear it down, back of the net. And Carlow now hemorrhaging badly here, Darren, and they need something to happen to sort this out.
Look, SETU Carlow are just struggling in defence at the moment, and I don't mean struggling in regards to scores that they're conceding. They're struggling to maintain their discipline. Like that was Linda Daly went in there just a bit too rashly, and Aoife Power, she probably might have gotten a free out of it. But again, who were the two players in the move beforehand? Niamh McPeak, Ciara Hickey. One of the last few minutes Ciara Hickey has had. We were only talking, Killian, 4 minutes ago how SETU Carlow will be feeling content with their situation, only 2 points behind. I'd probably put the hex in them, because University of Galway must have heard that and have pulled clear.
Yeah, pulled clear with 2-2 since that Carlow's last point, as Carlow come down the far side. Needs something to happen for them. Linda Daly looking to send this ball in, but the ball is cut out and it's cleared by Galway. And Linda Daly watching her clubmate in Aoife Power scoring a goal down at the far end of the field. She was looking to get a score for Carlow. Ball has been recycled out, batted down, dangerous ball in there, still on the edge of the square. Fiona Ryan, I don't know how she kept that away, because the challenge is coming in from the Carlow player, and the referee I think is a judge. And is it going to be a free out? I don't know, Gavin, the way he's heading in there. If it is, I think he's looking at the replay here.
Sure,
thanks Dave. As Ciara Kavanagh went in, Fiona Ryan, I think it should be a free out, no?
Yeah, well, it looked like a late challenge there in the goalkeeper as well. But again, it's just these little breaks that go your way at times. Are they disputing 45? Actually, they're disputing for 45. So they're saying that the ball went out over the line, may possibly off the goalkeeper, Killian.
Can we see that again, Dave? Maybe just if we can pull up on that one, because I think there would be a merit here. Fiona Ryan being challenged late here. I'm not sure whether
there was a challenge to win in afterwards too. But I think the question being asked is, did the ball go out over the line off the goalkeeper before that happened? And if that's the case, Killian, then the right decision has been made.
Collier knocking that ball in. Fiona Ryan takes it down. Ciara goes in. Ball is knocked away. It's out for a 45 from the clearance there. Maybe just.
But you're right. There is the argument to say there was a free out for the goalkeeper for the late challenge. But either way, this is the decision that's been made.
Ciara Kavanagh with the 45 then, and knocking this ball, but she's pulled it to the left and wide. So some people might say a bit of justice on there. 19 minutes gone, 2-8 to 4, and the puck out straight away from Fiona Ryan, getting away from the Galway number 8 there, and that's a bit of charge high on Niamh McPeak, and there was a bit of 6s and 7s in that one.
Yeah, Killian, and again I said it in SETU Carlow, they need that bit of composure at the moment. They're just coming in a bit reckless into some of these challenges. Nothing malicious in it at all, but if you mistime the challenges, especially a high one, you're going to injure yourself in getting up in a yellow card. That's what Ciara Kavanagh is going to have here now, and it'll put her on alert for the rest of the game.
Yellow card there for that challenge. I think Niamh McPeak was kind of stumbling as she was getting in possession of the ball, and then Ciara, probably the challenge was a little bit higher than it
she still was coming in very, very quickly, and it's just a bit too reckless, and we've seen that down in defence as well.
Yeah, yellow card in for Ciara Kavanagh. It remains 2-8 to 4, 20 minutes gone, and looks like, is it Collier? I think that's down there.
I have to say one thing too, as we've been talking about the difference between Galway and Carlow in the early stages of this game. Amy Collier has been one of those bright lights for SETU Carlow there. She committed her body into that challenge, probably just caught a hurl there at the wrong point from a Galway player too, but we've seen there, she sent that long ball in there that nearly created something a couple of moments ago, in a fine free that she had in the 9th minute of this game there as well. They need players like her. She's just doing her work simply and efficiently, and that's what SETU Carlow need to do, is just play with a belief. Look, there's 10 points between the teams, but the key thing on the top left of our screen, there's only 20 minutes gone in this match, and things can change in this environment very, very quickly. But that's what Anne Downey will be trying to get out to. The message to get out to the players is, look, calm down, relax. There's nothing to be panicking about here. Just focus on doing the simple things right, and we'll try and play ourselves back into this game.
Yeah, Anna's getting that message out there with the water at the minute. Angela is the one that's on duty, maybe trying to get that message across. They do need to start to shore up that defence a minute. Of course, you are watching Electric Ireland's coverage of the Purcell Cup final. Hashtag FirstClassRivals, as you can see in the bottom right hand corner. Hopefully you're enjoying the action, and don't forget, Daz and myself will be on duty. Daz will be taking over the lead role for the Ashburn Cup final, which again promises, we hope, to be a good one, with TUD and UL, as Tegan Canning again has the shot off there, and she's definitely the one at the moment causing so much hassle.
Yeah, I did name check her a few minutes ago, Killian, as we just see the score here again, but Marie Dillon has been involved in an awful lot of scores there, and on this occasion Alana Kelly got involved in the move. Tegan Canning finishing off there too. There's 3 or 4 Galway players really standing out around the middle of the park, and they're making a big difference.
If you're Cathal Murray as Galway senior manager, you're looking at some of these girls definitely making an impact in the league campaign, and start next weekend, Darren.
Yeah, Clare are playing Galway next weekend in the opening round of the National League as well, and no doubt too Clare will be keeping an eye what's going on here again. You can hear the SETU Carlow management. They weren't happy with 1 or 2 of the challenges there as well, and there was contact over there. Now we see the 2 number 6s going to ground as well. So look, it's a contest here, and SETU Carlow trying to get into it too as well. But as I mentioned about them being composable, Galway have to be careful too that they don't do anything silly.
Yeah, and I don't think there was a whole lot in that. I think it was fair tussle for the ball.
No, I think the argument was the previous one over there.
But fair play, the ball there. Just 2 players coming off. Tiffany looks like the worst at the minute, up against Susan Daly. And they've all ages here helping out. Don't know if the cameraman can pick us up. The young man here in the back room for University of Galway on water duty, wearing the bib and doing his bit and helping out.
Yeah, he's
2 young men actually. They're down here in the line beside us.
See him there. There was actually 2 of them there as well, which you call it, and definitely get involved, get messages on to the team as well. And look, that's what it's all about. It's great for those 2 young players to be here, which you call it, helping out with the team, watching the action. Anytime you bring children to sport, Killian, you inspire a future generation, which you call it, and no doubt they're enjoying this day.
No doubt about it, as getting on this ball then and breaking away, Ciara Hickey, and then giving it to Alana Kelly, but referee Kevin Dunnigan said that was a foul. In case you're wondering, by the way, there is rain and wind outside, but if you're picking it up on our mics, there is a Connacht Schools final out on the grass pitches out behind us, and I think some of the exuberant supporters are banging on the dome here. So just in case you're wondering, it's not myself and Darren.
No, you've got a Galway team against a Mayo team taking in that game as well, Killian, and sure there's always banter and excitement too when they take on each other here, but good excitement here and a chance for Carlow.
Lovely take by Ciara Kavanagh getting inside. Ciara O'Connor looking to get going. She looked like it pulled the jersey, advantage being played, and eventually going to be a free, and I think Ciara's won her own free here that she will take, and she seems to be one in there. If the ball can be got in around Ciara Kavanagh, she can cause problems.
Like, in fairness to the referee Gavin Dunnigan, he is trying to let the players off. He does put the hand out for the advantage every now and again, and rightfully had the hand out there when Ciara Kavanagh was fouled getting in. Look, what do you do in this situation here? There's no point being clever. Put the ball over the bar, try and get a run of a few scores in this game as well. But it's encouraging for SETU Carlow to see Ciara Kavanagh managing to make inroads into the Galway defence and get very, very close.
So here's Ciara then, as you said, with her own free taking style, as you can imagine, side on to the goal, and then does come down over the ball a lot, takes it back from under her feet, and is effective in putting it up and over the bar, and that's got her 3rd point. 4 frees for Carlow for their scores of 5. Their only score from play from Amy Nolan, which was a fine effort, but they got within 2. 6 points to 4 it was. The last score Carlow got, and Galway subsequently have gone on and scored 2-3. The goals coming from Tegan Canning and Aoife Power with a fine effort as well. Ball over on the far side and stay off the shoulder running. I said it's impressive from Galway here. Down into the corner again. Carlow having to do everything, but the follow-up play that's happening here at the minute. Canning again doing the needful. Tight enough angle, dropping his ball, but it's blocked away there. Carlow may be getting to grips with Tegan Canning, but they're going to have to get to grips with her shortly, Darren. She's 1-2 on the board already.
Yeah, it was a great block there as well now, Killian. I'm just trying to think, was it Sophia Kerr that made the block on that occasion there too? But Marie Dillon involved in the move. But as you said, they're impressive. The link-up play with Galway here. They've really been so focused in trying to win this competition after the disappointment of last year as well. And they're living up to that status at the moment as coming into this game as favourites. I was talking to Kevin Connolly during the week. We did an interview with local radio, and he was very, very confident they could do it. He knew he had to focus on one game at a time. But we're seeing here exactly University of Galway in their full flow. They're very, very good to watch.
Yeah, Catherine Hanley going to have a knocking ball in towards the other player that came in from the start, number 20, Anya O'Loughlin. Anya, of course, we've seen her with Trua Clonlara and also with Clare. Big impactful player she can be. Tegan Canning on the break again. And Tegan Canning here is really, since the 6th minute, just grown into the game. The last quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, it's all been about her. And she's got 1-3 in that time. But again, you have to say, Anya O'Loughlin causing a bit of havoc in there. Big, tall girl. And as we've seen with Clare on occasion, has been able to put herself around. Did that, won that dirty ball, and was able to get it back to Tegan to knock it over the bar.
Yeah, Killian Tegan must have heard you say that the Carlow defence were getting the grips in her there a couple of moments ago. She was determined to prove you wrong. Another great score. Anya O'Loughlin, Catherine Hanley as well involved in that move, but Tegan Canning, she's missed very, very little down that left hand side of the field and is really roasting Carlow, and Carlow management need to really look at what they can do to sort that situation out. Now she's getting a good bit of supply from around the middle third, and the great work the Galway are doing there as well, but she's making them count.
So opportunity there was Amy Nolan coming down along the line here, but she was being tracked and hassled and harried, and the Galway management happy with what their players have done in stopping the play, and she's been down tended to know Amy Nolan, but Gavin Donegan is encouraging the play to get on.
Yeah, you can see the Galway management there. They seem to be pucking every ball on the line there with their players as well. They were really into that battle that's led to the restart of play there too. But again, just going back there, Killian, one point I wanted to make when you mentioned it was 6 points to 4. SETU Carlow with 11 minutes without a score. You cannot afford a luxury like that in an All-Ireland final. They've traded points in the last couple of minutes. We still have another 3 minutes plus in this half. Focusing getting 2 or 3 scores, just bring it back down to the single digits and see where you are.
Amy Collier then knocking this ball long, looking for Kavanagh possibly inside, and some of our inside forwards, Sophie Birmingham, Linda Daly either, to get on that ball, but Galway have rejected and turned out, and they come out in a wave, 4 or 5 of them now making a run, and Carlow are backtracking already. Shot coming in from McPeak here, putting the ball high and up and over the bar. Darren, that was a phenomenal effort. Ball broke on the 13, and a wave of 4 or 5 jerseys come out, and Carlow backtracking, and McPeak then just in the middle, taking her time, 45 out, up and over the bar.
Killian said here 7, 8, 9, 10. Joanne Daly was the player that won that ball. It was dropped down by Amy Collier at the start, and just like that they move it so quickly. You had Ciara Hickey and Alana Kelly all involved in the move. All of a sudden we're at the other 45 metre line. Lee McPeak is within range, puts the ball over the bar.
Tiffany Fisher knocking the ball over to this side of the field. Amy Collier, definitely a standout player for SETU Carlow at the minute, offloading the pass to her centre back, and that is of course Susan Daly from the Scarf Gonlow Club. Ball taken away from her though. It's the opposite number being able to do that. Galway looking to get on it, but Carlow are back in there to snaffle it away. Daly having to do a lot of work on her own though, trying to be joined by Amy Nolan there. Ball is in the scrum on the ground. Referee's going to throw this ball in, and Gavin Donegan waiting for the Galway player, that is Alana Kelly, to fix the laces and throw the ball in there between number 10 and 7, and that is Amy Nolan and Joanne Daly. Ball still on the deck though, and it hasn't gone too far. Eventually doing well there to get in and pick it up is Sophia Kerr, throwing the ball back out to Daly. Daly dropping it long, looking for Kavanagh to get in behind. Opportunity maybe, ball just got away from her, and she just got caught up with the Galway player, and luckily for maybe Galway that Kavanagh hadn't got inside. Ciara Kavanagh wasn't able to extricate herself away. Ball then knocking long, trying to get on it here is the player who started things off so well for University of Galway, Catherine Hanley, with a couple of frees that just got them up and running on the board. As ball breaks over on the far side, trying to take it away, Linda Daly back helping out at the minute, knocking the ball over the far side to Emma Mulhall. But Mulhall knocked off that ball and driving out with it. Rachel Kelly was able to knock it back and helped out there by Joanne Daly from Sarsfields. Ball though is taken away from Catherine Hanley, but in again Galway though, making up on the breaks, and it's again lovely bit of play inside. Power and Dylan linking up. Dylan looking to get back on again. Power locks it off. O'Loughlin looking to come flying on it. Shot! Oh, what a goal! What an absolute corker of a shot of a goal there. But Galway turned that into something, Darren. There's no question about it. Mairead Dillon and Ciara Hickey linking up. Eventually it fell for Anya O'Loughlin. What an angle to take a shot on and buried it into the top corner. Yeah,
it was a goal for Industry and Endeavour there as well. Mairead Dillon battling for the ball. She might have been fouled in the process, but we kept going on with it. Aoife Power got her balance back right to lay the ball off, and in you go, Anya O'Loughlin. What a score to the back of the net. And even Killian, if we go back to just beforehand, as you talked there about the opportunity for STU Carlow, we're talking, there's not going to be a turning point, but it's a big swing because Kieran Cameron just lost their footing at the wrong time there to try and chase the ball. They could have given Carlow a goal opportunity. Down the other end of the field, University of Galway put the ball to the back of the net. I know I've been trying to keep the line here that this game is still alive, but you have to feel that goal is definitely going to wrap this up now.
Yeah, it's done and dusted now, because even just the body language of the Carlow players at the minute weren't able to snaffle that ball back, and I see TUD and UL were here. They're heading to the dressing rooms now, getting ready for their game, of course, with the Ashburn coming up at 4 o'clock. But Galway have had some first half here, very few wides, but there is, by my count, only their second. And it remains on the scoreboard 3-11 to 5 points. Hard to believe at one stage it was 6 points to 4. And that's what it was midway through this.
It was on the quarter hour mark. It was only a 2-point ball game.
2-2 then Carlow were hit with, and it's just built on from that. But a cracking goal from Anya O'Loughlin. Lovely take there by Muireann Flaherty, the Ballindereen lady, knocking this ball in towards O'Loughlin again, but it's made its way all the way through to Kayla Joyce Foley, the Barra Rangers player, around the Paulstown area, of course, in County Kilkenny. Ball breaks, and they're trying to go hard on it there as they're being urged, but Aoife Hochter couldn't get that ball up, and appealing to the referee, because here on the break now, charging away, Mairead Dillon going to have a shot back at the net, and for all her industry she probably deserves that, but this game done and dusted.
Yeah, and Joanne Daly as well pushing up the field, getting involved there too, and the referee going having a word with Anne Downey. She's not happy about something anyway, but Mairead Dillon has been involved in so many attacks. We've just seen the replay there of the ball going into the back of the net, and there's just a few bits there on the line there too, and it's just turned into a very, very frustrating half for SETU Carlow.
Yeah, 4-11 now on our scoreboard there. What a goal. And Downey not overly happy with something that went on, and referee is calling a halt and play until I think he gets an opportunity to talk to the player as well. He's called the captain to ask his manager. I think this is what is becoming a little bit farcical now scenario.
Yeah, no, the referee was having a word with Anne Downey there and has called the captain over, so we're not too sure here, and it just again is the frustration for SETU Carlow. Now, I don't know if he's looking for the manager or is the captain getting punished for this now, and we've seen situations like that's happened in other codes before, but Susan Daly is sarcastically smiling, dare I say, and this is exactly what Carlow do not need at the moment as we approach towards we've nearly 3 minutes of injury time, and Anne Downey's come out now to talk to the referee.
Now, I'd like to see the replay before the goal, because I think Anne might have a slight point here. I'd like to see it again just to be clear. He's now sent Anne Downey off from the scenario here. So she's not overly happy with the decision, but when you consider everything that's gone on, it unfortunately, you know, it's a bit farcical those last couple of seconds.
But she wasn't happy about something that led up to the move that led to the goal from Mairead Dillon killing. I think that is fairly safe too.
Look, Gavin's perfectly within his right, because if he feels that obviously he got abused, he's entitled to come over and have a chat, and it probably became a little bit, as I said, nonsense then, as we call a halt on the time there at 4:11 to 5. It's a pity that's the way the half ended, Darren, because let's talk about Galway. You know, credit them. They've really gone for it when on occasion, and then they've got two lovely goals in the last 5 minutes as well.
Yeah, Kelly, we'll just say one thing to wrap on that. You can understand the passion there too when you're having a frustrating 30 minutes. Look, Anne Downey's a legend of camogie and all that, but obviously she wasn't happy about something. The referee has to stand his ground as well there too. If things are said in a way that he doesn't like to, and the incident has happened, we will move on. But it has been a frustrating half for SETU Carlow. But I think, Kelly, we will focus here on the Galway performance, and especially in the second quarter there as well. Look, I saw the two semi-finals yesterday in the Ashburn Cup, and the standard from the four colleges involved, and we look forward to seeing the final. University of Galway have been playing at an Ashburn Cup level in that first half. Their link-up play, the scores that they've taken, even if they've missed a penalty earlier on and only led by 6 points to 4 on 13 minutes, but then bang, 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 Tegan Canning with the first goal, as you said there, the second goal by Aoife Power, and she did great work to put that in. All of a sudden there was 10 points between the teams, and with the two goals there at the end from Anya O'Loughlin and Mairead Dillon, it puts 18 points between them. It's going to be a long second half. We hope you're enjoying our coverage here on the Electric Ireland YouTube channel there too, and hope you stick with us. You certainly will if you're a Galway fan or a fan of any of the other non-Galway players on this University of Galway team. But half-time, University of Galway have done the job. They've gotten the scores. They're well clear at the moment. I just hope that SETU Carlow can put that what's happened there behind them for the second half, come out and get into the contest. This is an All-Ireland final. This is a massive occasion for these players as well, and they'll want to restore some pride there, I say, in the second half.
Yeah, that's essentially what it's going to be come though at this stage, Darren, with an 18-point difference in it. Yeah, it'll take some human effort, subhuman effort nearly, to be able to get back into this, because ultimately Carlow, in their forward division, it's Ciara Kavanagh that's standing up with the six. Other than that, they just haven't been able to get on some ball, and that's down to cracking defence by Galway.
Yeah, look, at one or two little breaks didn't go their way as well in attack. With that long ball down by Amy Collier that Fiona Ryan held down, but was struggling to clear and conceded the 45. We had Ciara Kavanagh just lose her footing at the wrong time there when a play went down there as well. And look, we have to state as well that sometimes SETU Carlow's tackling of the ball has just been mistimed. Nothing bad in it, but because you have to get your timing right, you can't get frustrated on a day like today, because you can find the final will get away from you, and that has happened on occasions as well, especially when the game was in the melting pot too. Look, at the end of the day, there's great hurlers there from SETU Carlow. They'll want to go out and show that again in the second half, but you've just got to admire what we've seen from University of Galway. The standard has been unreal as well. Like, they're going to be playing Ashburn Cup next year. I think we can safely say that in 30 minutes. I just hope that SETU Carlow can get back into this game in the second half and give us a contest.
Give it a contest, no question about it. Of course, Galway have come in here on the back of some fine wins throughout the campaign. Yesterday 4-11 to 8 points, they defeated MIC Limerick, and here now today leading at half time by nearly that score, 4-11 to 5 points. They are an Ashburn Cup team in waiting, there's no question about that, on their form, and I think there's no question about it, they are going to be in the Ashburn Cup in the next 40 minutes or thereabouts. The hurt of the last two final defeats, I think they'll be putting it to bed over the next while. You're probably going to see a run of the bench as well with some of the players to come on also. But here at half time in the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final, it is a significant first half with only 2 wides, we reckon, registered by Galway. They lead here at half time by 4-11 to 5 points. Welcome back here for the second half then. Not too long of a break. Sure, some players are anxious to get back up and running again. Gavin Donegan about to throw the ball in. 4-11 to 5 points. It's hard to be in twos now about the situation, but I'd imagine Galway and Carlow going to treat it as a new game now for the next 30 minutes and have a crack at it. The referee is calling a halt here. High challenge he felt from one of the Carlow players on that throw-in.
I think he spotted a push there right at, on Niamh McPeak, so it's going to lead to a free for University of Galway, and just a chance for them to get the first score. I'm just keeping an eye out for changes. I think Laura Kelly's out in the field of play for UG in the second half. Indeed, it is her, the red helmet. She'll be taking this free as well. We'll double check who went off in a moment, but a chance for her now to get off the mark.
Yeah, and looking down the subs, they're looking at Galway maybe getting ready. Their number 21 there, Alwyn Rabbit, about to probably come in, but the free going to be taken this time by Laura Kelly, as you mentioned there. Come on at half time, dropping in ball is batted away though. Remains 4-11-5, but racing out Galway straight away. Power looking to step inside, but lovely hook there, and trying to get in and win a possession. Helen Roach. Ball is still on the deck though. Power keeping possession, looking to knock it out. Lots of Carlow jerseys there in an effort to be able to win it back. They took it off one another, but eventually I thought they had it in the possession there of Linda Daly, but eventually they do win it. And pride now is a big factor here as Carlow tried to get that ball to Sophie Birmingham. Ball breaking away, charging forward with it was Emma Mulhall. Mulhall trying to get it to a clubmate, a teammate there in number 18, Quiva Sheehan. Quiva, of course, was on from the start. Ball is played in by Kelly, who's just in there at the half-time break. We're in 11, but she had been replaced by Catherine Hanley. And I wonder, is it a direct swap, Darren? I'm just trying to pick out the 18 there. I don't see, but at the minute...
Yeah, I think you're right there, Killian. I'm having a look around there at the moment. Not 100% certain yet, but I think everybody else is out in the field at the moment.
So, ball inside by Kelly. Lovely one-handed bit of play there by Niamh McPeak. McPeak trying to get it to her midfield partner, Alana Kelly. Ball breaks. Kelly turns left, gets it back to McPeak. High challenge coming in on McPeak. Referee allowing the play to continue. And he felt it was just a coming together of the players as the shot comes in. It's gone out to the right and wide though from Tegan Canning. And we'll get to witness Tegan on this side of the field. She had some first half over on the far side, scoring 1-3. And she's right here beside us now for the second half.
Yeah, Kelly, I just want to say that we've actually had the two changes and the two direct swaps in the University of Galway attack from the team that was announced during the week. Crea Langton is in at full forward. She's come on for Anya Loughlin, and Laura Kelly, as you said there, has replaced Catherine Hanley.
So ball is inside now, opportunity for Galway coming on. Trying to get that ball moving on there was Crea Langton. But back out to the middle it goes with McPeak going to have a shot. It's up and over the bar. And Niamh McPeak having a fine game, 2 in the first half. There's 1 at the start of the second. And she's definitely someone to be considered for our player of the match award. Aaron Hogg just holding up the play here as a switch being made. Number 21, Alwyn Rabbit, is in, of course, to the famous Rabbit family. And going off there is Tegan Canning. So we won't get to see Tegan for the second half, unfortunately, Darren.
No.
Her job is done.
Changed there as well. Like in Alwyn Rabbit is a great young player too. She's her daughter of the legendary Joe Rabbit, and of course her sister Sabina too, that's represented Galway in the senior team. Disappointed, I have to say, based on what we've seen, that Tegan Canning has gone off this early. Look, it's that type of game there at the moment. It's an opportunity for players to be part of the occasion. And speaking of Alwyn Rabbit, there is that accurate? No, it's not. That goes to the left and wide.
To left and wide there, tight enough angle. Galway had 2 wides in the whole of the first half, and they've had 2 wides in the opening 4 minutes of the second. It remains 4-12-5. 1 score in the second half, and that came from midfield from Niamh McPeak. Puck out to come from Kayla Joyce Foley, and already it's just dropped a level, Darren, hasn't it? You can just tell now it's because of the sizable gap. But
yeah, you just want to see SETU Carlow just what's going to restore and get into it there too. And Eve Sennett is on the move. Get a few scores. Look, we've all been involved with teams that have been in situations like this, Killian, where you've had a very, very bad first half. The contest looks lost, and more than likely you're not going to carry the results on the day. But SETU Carlow, they are here. They've earned the right to be here. And just again to keep the heads. Keep the head, stands the cool thing, the correct thing here as well, and just try and see what damage you can do in the scoreboard.
So the free to come then from Ciara Kavanagh, and Downey has taken her place back on the sideline. I don't know whether there was an amethyst broke out or anything like that, Darren, but anyway, shot comes in from Ciara Kavanagh, and she's done her bit for SETU Carlow anyway so far.
Look, a break off and cools heads too. Look, it's great to see there. We don't see anybody missing the occasion there as well. And look, the way this game is going anyway, I think it's all immaterial. I'm just enjoying the action here at the moment. SETU Carlow getting that score is there as well. But again, the University of Galway defence, they're not relenting from the game plan as well. They just cut out another attack.
Alwyn Rabbit getting that ball down long, but there's plenty of Carlow jerseys there to get on this ball. Being asked to deliver it long is the number 13 for Carlow, Linda Daly.
Yeah, I do think we said that Linda Daly was fouled there, which got coming out, looked like her arm had been pulled in that occasion. But you know, you're going to get swings and roundabouts like that in a game that's been played at this pace there as well. And Galway in the move again.
Alwyn Rabbit slipping the ball inside towards Mairead Dillon, who I have to say has had a big game. Mairead Dillon got a rightful goal at the start of the end of the first half, looking to knock that ball in, and it looked tight, but the umpire is quite convinced it went over the bar. And
I have to say, Killian, just from our own angle, we look at it here again in the replay. I thought it just stayed inside. It was very, very close, and we probably would have used Hawkeye here in Croke Park. I think it was just in.
Yeah. By the looks of it there, I would have called that too as just in. Umpire, in fairness, was in a decent enough position on that one. And ball went over the bar. 4-13 to 6 then. And Galway looking to win on this ball now. Knocked down, and Alwyn Rabbit looking to try and get away on this ball. Going to have a shot off. She's had a couple of shots, and she's got a score for herself.
She read it very, very well too, and she's been very busy, and she's only on the field to play 4 minutes. Had one shot herself, involved in another score, and gets one for herself. 4-14 to 6 points. We're just watching Alwyn Rabbit here, as well as Carlow are making a substitution, and Daisy Summer Cullen Dunn will be on the field to play.
Yeah, so 2 Wicklow representatives, unless she replaces Sophia Birmingham, but we have seen Daisy Summer Cullen Dunn representing Wicklow in the Nancy Murray, and she getting an opportunity here to play in the Purcell Cup final from the Donard Glen Club in Wicklow. And she is not sure which one she is replacing at the minute. I hear Amy Nolan's name, I think, being called, and it looks like it might be her, as her fellow county mate Ciara Kavanagh lines over this free. And Amy looks like she has a bit of a knock. She seems to be carrying herself coming off there.
Side lip there, right?
She picked up that knock, I think, down here in front of us towards the end of that first half. So that's probably come back to haunt her a bit, as Kavanagh knocking this ball in and dropping it over the bar. You have to say, Ciara Kavanagh's accuracy, Darren, has been one of the noteworthy things, I suppose, from a Carlow point of view.
Oh yes, indeed, Killian, which goal, and she has got the majority of them. I'm going to say just a couple of breaks there, but she was trying to go for goal, didn't happen for her, and who knows what type of contest we would have had if Carlow had gotten them there so far. But as they were, it's an enjoyable game of camogie here at the moment. We're seeing some individual players express themselves. Alana Kelly here at the moment, but no sign of the gap closing anytime soon.
Ball is broken down. Power is in there to snaffle at this. And that's a cracking effort, you have to say. The cornerback about to do clear it. And credit Aoife Power. She got a lovely goal in the first half. She made that all of her own. The ball was dropping, a bit of a hopeful ball. Sarah Condon was about to knock it out. She got in, got a block on it, and flicked it up to herself, stepped inside Kayla Joyce Foley, and knocked it into the back of the net. Lovely goal.
Yeah, look, if John Carmody and the Clare management team are keeping an eye on this, they'll be delighted with the attitude of Aoife Power in this game, because on a few occasions there she's in the battle for opportunities, battle to create chances, and battle for the 2 goals that she has scored in this game there as well. It looked like it was going to be a routine clearance from Sarah Condon, and you know, in a game like this you would have expected that to happen. But
it's a chance for Carlow now, going to have a 1-on-1 opportunity, but it's blocked away from full forward Sophie Birmingham, and it's going to be taken away. It was the clearest chance probably Carlow have delivered. Emma Mulhall involved in setting it up there. Sophie Birmingham just about to pull the trigger, and she was smothered out of it. But in fairness to her, she's back up, going to have a shot at the post. Unfortunately, she's pulled it to the right and wide, and Carlow, by my count, haven't had too many wides in this game, because they haven't had too many scoring chances, unfortunately, either. They have 7 on the board as Galway come charging down the far side. That latest score, of course, that goal, and a lovely goal from Aoife Power, her second of the game, making it 5-14 to 7 points. It's the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final, and it is University of Galway up against SETU Carlow.
Yeah, just going back to that chance there, and Killian looks like Tiffany Fitzgerald just abandoned any safety and just threw herself down on the ball, regardless of what happened there too. You could have looked at an argument for a Carlow free in on that occasion, not to be for themselves. And look, you'd like to see them get a goal. They are asking questions when they get down that side of the field, but the problem is at times like this, they send the ball down there and a Galway player takes it, next thing 3 passes later with the other end of the field.
McPeak looking to get on the ball, has a shout outside here from Joanne Daly, but she drives up the middle and giving it off to the number 13, of course, has had such a big game, Ray Dillon, and that ball eventually heads all the way up and over the bar. And
again, Tiffany Fitzgerald, Niamh McPeak, and Ray Dillon all involved in the move there, and the gap widens out here at the moment. I think it's Zoe Tobin Cosgrove from Kilrush and Wexford that's coming on the field of play.
So Ray Dillon 1-1 in the first half, and she's already at 2 points in the second half, and she is a fairly tenacious, robust character. She's not afraid to get in at close quarters, Darren, is she?
No, and there's been a lot of them there too, and both teams, now in fairness, they're willing to get in there, get stuck in, get involved there too. But Ray Dillon is just reading the game so well in attack there at the moment. But you can also see, and we mentioned the Galway half-back line at the start of the game, they're getting very, very influential. Joanne Daly there as well, willing to push up with Chester.
Yeah, so Sarah Condon is replaced on the Carlow team, and one of the twins, the Tobin Cosgroves, have gone in. 5:15 to 7 points in 11 minutes in this second half. You're watching the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final, and Galway well on the way to making up with the hurt of 22 and 23 when they lost to TUD and MTU Cork, of course, last year. They were led so well by Saoirse McCarthy and claiming that title last year. As shot coming in from Kavanagh, ball is batted to the back of the net, and Carlow getting something out of that, and it was the yellow helmet of the number 18, Cueva Sheen, I think, that eventually got the bat on that. Just a little bit of a misconnection, I think, by Ciara Kavanagh. Ball dropped short and it was batted in. Was it not the yellow helmet? It might have been
black helmet there. We might get a look at that again there if we can.
Yeah, if we can, Dave, we might just identify the player. I thought it was the yellow helmet. I think it might be Sophie Birmingham, is it?
I'm guessing that there too. We'll get one more look here now.
Yeah, so that was that original ball coming in. It was just the two of them went in, 14 and 18. Yeah, it is batted in by Sophie Birmingham. So well done, Sophie, getting a goal here in the Purcell Cup final. Represented Kiltegan, right on the Carlow-Wicklow border. As the ball down the far end is a free for Laura Kelly, who came on at half time. And Laura puts that ball over the bar from the free. And
look, Kelly, you just want to say it there as well, the line for SETU Carlow, because they have probed it on a few occasions, just didn't get the break to get the goal. Of course, for themselves, they would have wished it would have happened when the game was still alive to play for there as well. But they have got their goal. And look, if they finish this quarter there, bring down the gap. And, you know, it mightn't be good enough to get their hands in the Purcell Cup, but at least they look better in the overall scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks a little bit better anyway. 21 minutes gone in this second half. I think by my clock, I think we're on screen clock, or as mine watch has jumped on. Sorry, it is 12. Yeah, apologies. I'm looking at my. I think I
don't think you stopped yours at half time.
I didn't stop it. Yeah, that just goes to show you the whole thing was maybe I give up on this whole game as such.
No, but I suppose there wasn't much of a gap at half time now, in fairness to as well, and we're getting on with another big game coming up at 4 o'clock that we will have live.
First one in 2024. Leave me alone. This ball is driven in by Ciara Kavanagh, and another point for her.
People will pick up on my voice there anyway. It's my fourth one of the weekend too, but look, it's great to be here.
Absolutely, great to be out. My first voyage, as I said, of 2024 here for the Purcell Cup final, and it is Galway who are on the attack there with Alwyn Rabbit, but they're being called back there. Latest scores then, 2 on the bounce in a minute there. Laura Kelly and Ciara Kavanagh making the score 5:15 to 1-8. The goal coming, as we can credit, for Sophie Birmingham.
Just want to say there, Kelly, you can check your notes there as well. I think it's 5:16 to 182 is the actual score. We'll just get our own screen adjusted in a moment there.
Yeah, 5:16 to 1-8. And
we've had a substitution there for Galway, Killian. I can tell you,
number 10 is off there, Ciara Hickey. Amy Collier with this long ball. Ball dropping in again, and Galway got to be careful. Last time long ball went in and Carlow got a goal. The ball looks like it's been sorted up by Rachel Kelly. Carlow doing their bit now to stop Tiffany Fitzgerald coming out. And Emma Mulhall and Tiffany Fitzgerald, two Kilkenny ladies, coming to hard there, but Alwyn Rabbit, judge come out, and that's the second time in a row she's been judged for overplaying the ball.
Look, Killian, it doesn't matter at this stage there, but if Alwyn Rabbit got to 8 in those 2 incidents, well, I need to revisit counting Mats there as well. Just seemed to be banging on the 4 each time there as well. But look, that's immaterial at this stage as well. Carlo getting a few breaks at the moment, which I suppose they've deserved based on how the contest has gone. So, Ciara Kavanagh of Mount Leinster Rangers, 3 in the first half, 3 so far in the second half. She stands over this one with 15 minutes gone and knocks that ball over the bar. She'd be very accurate, as you said there, Killian, there, and she did it there again. Looks like she was just teasing enough, just hitting it enough to drop over. She's probably hoping that one will land again and maybe somebody can get on it and try and get a second goal. They'll be chasing a few of those. But as dominant as University of Galway have been in their 5-16, it's very, very impressive. Like SETU Carlo are on to 1-9. 1-9 would have had you in many of the matches we've seen this weekend so far at this stage of the game.
Yeah, would have been right in the mix, there's no doubt about that. As ball goes over on the far side. Credit Carlo, I suppose, taking the game to Galway in this second half, and it is a little bit closer, of course. Galway with 1-5 in the second half, Carlo with 1-4. As Galway get ready over on the far side. Take this, and it's Laura Kelly. Crowd, as you can see, getting ready for this game, and also the next match as the ball is knocked in and over the bar from Laura Kelly from that free with 47 minutes gone then, bringing them tally of 5-17. That's a fair whack of a tally, there's no question about that. Ball knocked out as Carlo looked to build from the back with their number 3 Leah Daly. Down along the line, and eventually goes and tried to get on it there is Caoimhe Sheehan. Trying to disrupt her off that ball are Sarah Lyons and Tiffany Fitzgerald. Again, Galway done the needful, turned it over, and it's Alana Kelly knocking it down along the wing, trying to get on it there as it let her get past her by Mairead Dillon, and it's fallen to Amy Collier. Collier into the middle it goes, and over to the side you can see the hop that comes up off this surface. Wet and windy outside the dome, but we're nice in here. Cool, but it's obviously dry and a fast surface. And Alwyn Rabbit going to have a shot at the post here. Ball is batted away though, and it's going to be picked up by the number 26 Sabina, of course. So the Rabbit sisters in play here as Power going to have a shot, and from a very tough angle, Aoife Power has put that ball over the bar. 2 goals and a point for her in this game, and she's definitely a lady that we'll be keeping an eye on with Clare this year.
Oh, she's been very impressive in this game, Killian, there, and you see another one too. Just her determination, her endeavour, her want to get the ball, put the ball over the bar and fight for every score she can get in this game, and she's done it in abundance there as well. At this stage you wouldn't have blamed her there if she decided to shut down there and take it easy and coast this home. No, she's not coasting this home, still looking for scores, gets a point there.
Yeah, as the ball is knocked out long, we'll start getting you to think about your player of the match, Darren, because there's lots of time to process it. Number of Galway players standing out, I suppose, 1 or 2 from a Carlo point of view probably will get a nod, but it's inevitably going to be a Galway player as this ball is moved on down into the corner again. Maybe a lady that will be considered is this one, Mairead Dillon, in a tight enough angle. She's robbed of that ball though as Carlo look to come out with it. 5-18 to 1-9. It's the Electric Girl and Purcell Cup final. Hashtag #FirstClassRivals if you're commenting about this on social media. Hopefully you have enjoyed the action. I know the game probably is a spectacle has got away from us a little bit, but still in the second half it has been an interesting contest as players try to make a little bit more of a fight of it as the ball falls back into the grateful pocket of Laura Kelly. A shot from distance, long and high over the bar, came on as a sub at half time. That's their third pointer, first from play. 49 gone. It brings Galway on to the tally of 5-19.
Yeah, and it was well just stroked over there. I think we're just going to see the replay now. We're back to the live pictures here at the moment, but the ball broke out kindly, and again it's about reading the game with the breaking ball. Laura Kelly was perfectly positioned just outside the 45 metre line, had the time to go first, stroked the ball over the bar.
20 minutes gone, 5-19 to 1-9. It's a fairly significant tally, of course. 1-8 to 4 points, or 1-4 in the second half. So second half a little bit closer of a battle, but Galway of course know that they had all the work done, and Carlow just playing for a little bit of pride. Out this ball comes for Sinnott, looking to knock it in around the house here, dropping in, but goalkeeper Fiona Ryan is well under that. Cuivasheen, I should have said, was the one that knocked that ball in. Ball is over the far side where Alana Kelly knocks it down along the wing, but it's cut out there by Carlow. As they look to send it down into the corner, looking for a little bit of movement maybe out of Ciara Kavanagh. Ball has been harangued away from her though. Back out it goes. There's just a little bit of a glitch in the picture there. Apologies about that. The condition here, the air sometimes can have a little bit of an impact. Myself and Darren have been quite careful to get outside for a bit of fresh air also. But a fabulous facility here. And
you see there, Killian, on your screen there. We talked about Alwyn Rabbit above, but that's Sabina Rabbit there as well. Another player that has established herself in the Galway senior camogie scene, and again battling for the ball. That decision went against her on that occasion. The Carlow defence doing the exact right thing, just keeping the heads there now, keeping it tight, making it difficult for the Galway player to move the ball out. Now Sabina looks like she's picked up a knock there at the moment, so hopefully she will be okay. But Carlow's defence rewarded for keeping the heads. They get the free.
Yeah, the water being brought on for respective players at the minute, and I assume the two lads that are out there are kids of some of the coaching team. As they get it on to the girls, the play continues. Ball is knocked in. Trying to get on it there was Cuivasheen. Ball breaking away, and Carlow still heading towards the goal here. And it's still there, and it's eventually kicked across, and I thought someone was waiting to just plant it in the net, but the ball has been taken away.
Yeah,
Galway.
You can see Eve said it in the middle of that there too. I'm not too sure if it was her who got a stick or a boot to it, but the ball going across the goal, but it did get very, very close, and SETU Carlow determined to get at least another goal before this game finishes.
Susan Daly playing that ball across here, and was looking maybe for Amy Collier to knock it in long. The ball was blocked down. It's out for sideline cut here. Amy from the Camross Club, County Laois. There's that ball into the middle where it's taken away from Sophie Birmingham. We got that goal for Carlow. Good drive here and good bit of play by Laura Kelly. Ball is knocked away though, but here's definitely a standout player the whole game. Ray Dillon has been involved in everything, setting off as well. Niamh McPeak also a standout player here for Galway. A heavy challenge there, but the ball moves on and it's knocked up and high and over the bar. Lovely score there for Galway.
And then I too for Alana Kelly. I just haven't noted here if she's gotten a point in the game so far, but she's been involved in an awful lot of scores. But again, the two names you keep talking about, Niamh McPeak, Murray Dillon, involved in the battle here as well. I'm glad I don't have to make the final decision on the Electric Ireland player of the match, but I'd be very surprised if they're not the two main contenders for the award. There's a few others there as well, and Galway are on the move again.
Galway on the move again is right, and Murray Dillon is in there again trying to get on that ball. Also a full forward there, Crea Langton, who came on in the last 20 minutes or thereabouts. Ball falls back into the direction of Niamh McPeak. Ball is taken away though by the Carlow goalkeeper Kayla Joyce Foley. Out here it goes, going intercepted though is Joanne Daly from the Sarsfield Club, being tracked there by Carlow's number 14. She's going to have a shot of her own though, but it's across the goal and out to the right and wide. 5:20 to 1-9 then on the scoreboard here. It was 4-11 to 5 points at half time, so a little bit more of a contest in the second half, but Galway showing a lot of their class, and the ball breaks down again. Niamh McPeak, lovely takedown, shot off. This would be some score, goes over the bar. Niamh McPeak, her fifth of the game, and she's got 2 in 60 seconds, but the control on that, Darren, was phenomenal.
Yeah, not just that she got 5 points in the game, Killian, she's 6 direct assists as well in this contest. That's how much she's been involved in everything that's gone on in this game. As I think we're looking at Jessica Donlan from Carnmore, she's coming on the field to play for Galway, replacing Emily O'Connor.
So that substitute being made, Emily O'Connor is off, Jessica Donlan on, and the noise you hear in the background is not thunder, it's the thunder of the spectators outside at the Connacht Schools final. Is a shot coming in here from Galway now, and they're going to finish off with a lovely play. Alana Kelly has finally got on the scoreboard. Taryn, you said she was deserving of a score. She's got it.
2 2 in a row for Alana after not getting, or 2 out of 3 because Niebeck Peak got the one in the middle there as well. But look, again, Killian, and we've talked about Carlow an awful lot, we've talked about Galway. Look, 522 is such an impressive total to be putting up, regardless of the environment, regardless of the conditions, regardless whether it's indoor or outdoor. And you have to give both teams their credit. They're focusing on their hurling, but University of Galway have been professional in the second half as well. They've not taken their foot off the pedal at all in this game. They still fought for their scores, tried to build up their tally as well. They have added 111 to their tally in the second half, even though the game looked done and dusted at half time.
Yeah, that's fairness to them. But the last 3 scores have come from the middle of the field with McPeak and Kelly. As ball is played in the direction here, Crea Langton trying to get on it, but Carlow look like they've turned it over with their centre back Susan Daly. And Daly down, but she doesn't need physio. Was about to head off on a run there, but not needed. As ball breaks up towards Carlow. Carlow have an opportunity. There's a player inside if they could get this ball moving, and Vinci over the top here. They have a few numbers on this side. Ball looking to get into the hand here of the number 19. That's Daisy Summer-Cullen Dunn. Try to get it to Cueva Sheen, but it's been turned over there by Joanne Daly. Daly tight to the sideline here now. That ball goes out over the line, and Aaron Hogg, the official on this side, given the sideline and also calling for a substitution here. Looks like number 21, Amy Tobin Cosgrove, going to join her twin on the field here. And the 2 Kilrush Tobin Cosgroves now on the field, as coming off is number 11, Eve Sinnott from Bagnashone Gales. As that ball is a player injured for Carlow down right in the corner here. As Aaron Hogg just calling a halt to the play, just physio.
I think it's Daisy Summer-Cullen. No, she's there beside the player.
I think it might be our goal scorer, is it? I think it might be
it is indeed, yep.
Sophie Birmingham. Her fellow Wicklow player looking out for her there. But Carlow running the bench now, it looks like as well. They're going to introduce Shauna Sweeney. But Galway.
Yeah, she's given the paperwork there to Aaron Hogg in the line, so we have her to change, Killian.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a change. Angela Downey looked like she's heading back to the bench, that there needed to be a change. So is that change happening? Maybe that's who the substitute is for Shauna Sweeney. But it looks like Sophie Birmingham has suffered a bit of a knock, and she's gingerly getting up.
Yeah, it's disappointing for her because, she got the goal there as well, and a disappointing afternoon for her team. But you never want to see anybody have to leave with an injury at the final, But she's played her part, has gotten that goal.
Did you see that touch by Tiffany Fitzgerald to flick that ball into the direction of Laura Kelly? A phenomenal bit of stick play, I have to say. And I hope we caught it somehow, that we might be able to get a replay as the ball works over to the far side and over the bar.
Well, Aoife Power, what can you say about her? But it started with Tiffany Fitzgerald there as well. 3 players involved. Muireann Faherty with the long ball down in towards the attack. And again, another example of Aoife Power and her. I thought she looked disappointed at first that she mishit it, but no, it's dead on target and went over the bar.
But it was the touch by Tiffany here. I said it set that ball up as to have another shot off, but it's gone out to the left and wide. It was a sideline cut in. It looked like a possession was going to be won by Carlow, and Tiffany Fitzgerald left the stick on the ground. It hit off the stick, bounced up to Laura Kelly. Don't tell me she didn't mean it. Absolutely, Tiffany Fitzgerald did, and moved that ball on, and eventually worked into a score for Aoife Power, who... Daz, you're only getting shy now because you got hit in the face in the first...
I just saw that ball coming down near the commentary box, and I've already told everybody what happened before we went on air.
Lovely play by Rabbit. Sabina Rabbit gets her score up and over the bar. So she joins her sister on the scoreboard here in the Purcell Cup final. And the pep and Carlow step, whatever bit they had maybe in the second half, now firmly gone in the last few minutes, because Galway have just been notching on scores here.
And Killian, an interesting one here as well there now, as we're talking about Galway. We actually have a Galway player coming on the field to play now for
Carlow.
Rachel Carroll from Kiltormer gets her chance to get involved in the play, and I think she's coming on for the free taker, Ciara Kavanagh.
Yeah, so Ciara Kavanagh being withdrawn there, and Rachel Carroll is on, joining her clubmate Sarah Lyons on the field. I don't think there's any other Kiltormer player with Galway, so Sarah Lyons, the full back, is on the field. So nice day for Kiltormer, one on each side here.
Well, certainly nicer for one of the men away.
Yeah, well, that's true too, yeah. With Rachel getting her chance here in the Purcell Cup final anyway, representing SETU Carlow. As this ball breaks down, and a lovely bit of play as Laura Kelly diverted that ball in the direction of Crea Langton. Crea Langton then getting it on the move here and giving it to McPeak. McPeak then played into the corner, went for the return. Gavin Dunnigan given the advantage here because the shot's going to come in from McPeak. It'll be some score if it goes over, and it is. And Niamh McPeak has got a couple of scores in the last few minutes here.
Not just that as well, Mairead Dillon was the player there that the hand was out for the advantage, so it would have gone back for a free if that hadn't gone over the bar. And look, but Gillian, even I talk about them too an awful lot. There's been many star players across both teams. I'll run through them all again at the full-time whistle too, but another great exhibition of shooting there from Niamh McPeak to get the score for University of Galway.
Yeah, no doubt, as the ball breaks. 5:25 is some hurling over an hour's period, but all the damage done in the first half, of course, with 4:11, but it was particularly a little bit of damage that was done with the concession by Carlow of 2-2 in the last 4 minutes of that second half, or first half I should say, as that ball is put in from a tight angle again, and that's up and over the bar. The point from Laura Kelly.
Yeah, you could just see maybe the Carlow players were starting to take their foot off the pedal a little bit there, because Laura was allowed to stride down the right too. But look, it's still a superb effort, you know, out in a tight angle, 20 metres out from the goal. The angle very, very cute, puts it over the bar, and that's now the 31 scores for Galway in this match.
Yeah, Kevin Connolly going to be a happy man, of course, with these troops. Their Ashburn Cup team that probably, as he said, didn't do justice to themselves. I think last year, maybe against TUD, the first year it was close, but TUD seemed to just have the quality that got them over the line in that Purcell Cup final. But in 2024 they have played like an Ashburn Cup team, as Darren said. Some of the style here in this first half first and second half have been something else to watch, but definitely in that first, as Kelly gets on the ball again after Rabbit had set her up. Power was involved too. That ball goes over the bar, and Laura Kelly with her 5th point. All have come in the second half. As we say, we're heading towards crash down here now. Gavin Dunnigan, I didn't see what he gesticulated for his injury time, but I'd say he's looking for the ball here now at this point. 5:27 to 9 points. Don't know whether he needs a whole lot more. And that's it. Done and dusted. 5:27 then to 1-9 is our full-time score there. And Galway suitably delighted, Darren. But, you know, 2 years of hurt, 2 losses in finals. They've made up for it definitely here, and there was no doubt about it. You know, that first half performed something else. The end of the first half as well, phenomenal with the 2-2 that they scored. Really put the game to bed at that point.
Oh yeah, third time lucky for University of Galway, and you can see the delight there at the final whistle, even though we pretty much knew they had the job done by half time as well. But look, Killian, it all comes down to that second quarter there again. They got the 4 goals, but it was their movement when the game was competitive to get themselves in control of the contest. 6 points to 4 on 13 minutes. It went to 2-9 to 4 points by the 21st minute, and Galway had missed a penalty beforehand. Carlow had left a couple of scoring opportunities behind them. Probably that the occasion gets them at times in the first half as well, but you have to credit Carlow, especially in the third quarter. Got back on with it with the game there. Sophie Birmingham getting the goal. They were never going to close the gap significantly. Galway just kept it tipping over, but even as I say that, Killian, when we got to the final quarter, Galway just continued to build up scores at 11 points to 0 in the final quarter there as well. They're deserving winners, and for the college, and I know being from around this area too, I know the work that they're putting in the sport there. They've had Sickerson Cup success recently, Fitzgibbon Cup final appearances with the lads. The O'Connor Cup team are out in ladies football at the moment, but for the Camogie team here as well, great for themselves and the work that they're putting into sport there to finally get their hands on the title. And look, what can you say? Dominant performance, 32 scores, winning margin of 30 points, and they will be competitive in the Ashburn Cup next year, providing they don't lose too many of these players.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, as we know, Darren, because very quickly you can have a turnover of players. You know, they're only there for 3 or 4 years as it subsequently works out, so you really do need these players coming in first or second year that you can build on something. But they're up in the Ashburn. The last time they won in 2018, they came back down very, very quickly, so that would be a big thing for them that next year to learn is about maintaining their status and build from there again.
Yeah, and like that's the key thing as well, because there was some great well-known household names in that team that won in 2018 as well. Aoife Donoghue is one that comes to mind straight away. But yeah, you have to preserve your status. Now, there's been 7 in the Ashburn this year. I wonder if we're going to try and bring that to 8 teams next year. I don't know if that decision has been made or not there too, but they'll be up there. They'll be competing as well. And look, as I said already, we've an Ashburn Cup final to look forward to shortly, Killian. But look, granted, the opposition, it wasn't as strong as SETU Carlow would have hoped to put into this game there as well. And University of Galway, it'd be interesting to see when they go up against tougher opposition next year and some of the established Ashburn Cup teams. But you have to put yourself there first, and they have to have the right attitude, the right performance. They had that over the course of the game. They got on with the job, especially even in the second half when the game was done and dusted. There was no relenting too much. They got some great scores as well. They got their 5th goal in this game as well. And look, you just have to marvel at them. Well done.
Yeah, but Darren, you got to say as well, they're probably, as you said, an Ashburn Cup team in waiting. They probably were that last year. I think got caught in UCD by a very well structured MTU Cork team that day. But when you're backboned by a lot of underage talent that's come through the Galway setup, and you throw in the sprinkling from another, the odd few from County with Tiffany Fitzgerald Kilkenny, you have to credit Power as well from Scarif Agonlo and the game that she had. But surely that bodes well that they would be able to stamp their mark on the Ashburn.
Oh yeah, and we said it at the start of the game, Killian. Look at the household names. Fiona Ryan became the Galway senior goalkeeper last year. Rachel Kelly, Joanne Daly, established names for Sarsfields. Tiffany Fitzgerald is one of the great prospects in Kilkenny at the moment in the first team there as well. And that's just the ones that picked out from the defence. Even look at the performances today, like Niamh McPeak, what a game she had in the middle of the park. Alana Kelly as well, like, you know, did her part. And while some of the forwards were taken off early, Ciara Hickey had a big part to play. Tegan Canning, the scores that she got in this game. Ray Dillon, Aoife Power, 2 other players that will be in the conversation for the player of the match there in this game as well. And even those who came out in the second half, the 2 rabbits, Laura Kelly as well, they all just kept trying to get involved, building up the tally there as well. I said in the podcast that was on during the week, like, Galway has such an abundance of talent at the moment. A lot of young players, whether they go on to be in the leaders like some of the great players that they've had in Winning All Ireland's, time will tell there. But for University of Galway, a predominantly Galway team, but even as you touched on there, like Tiffany Fitzgerald from Kilkenny, Aoife Power and Anya O'Loughlin getting big scores as well from Clare. Very, very impressed with Aoife Power in this game in particular there too. And look, well done to them as well.
Yeah, we'll be shortly hearing the nod on the player of the match, and we'll get reaction down on the sideline as well. I just see a good friend of ours that was involved in a commentary with us in recent months, Cliona Nivinon from Schlockneil and Derry. She's in there in that crew, of course, being part of that University of Galway crew and winning a Purcell Cup medal. She was there in the on camera just in the last couple of minutes, so well done to her as well on the performance here today. But credible performance and incredible performance as well by University of Galway, doing the needful on their home turf. As such, they have come away with the victory. But look, let's a word as well for Carlow, working off a small base, just 23 in a panel, trying to head in the right direction. Lots of good work being done in SETU Carlow as well at football and hurling, and trying to do as well also at Camogie. I'm sure they will be back as well to fight another day, and probably a Purcell Cup in the offing for them in the very near future. But we're just going to break from here, head down to presentation and everything that's about to take place down at pitch level. But full time here for the moment in the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final. It's ended up with victory for University of Galway by 527-19.
University of Galway hosted Camogie Weekend. I'd like to thank both teams for reaching firstly the final and obviously for competing well in the final. So without further ado, I'll hand you over to the chairperson of CCCO at third level, Shauna Fitzgerald, and the president of the Camogie Association, Hilda Breslin.
Welcome everyone to the University of Galway Connacht Centre of Excellence for today's Purcell Final 2024. Just before we begin, just a couple of thank yous to give. So to Gavin and all of the officials, to umpires, linesmen and everyone involved, thank you very much for officiating today's game. It's really greatly appreciated. Secondly, I'd like to thank and welcome both Uachtaráin, Hilda Breslin, along with Aisha, who is the sponsorship and branding manager of Electric Ireland. Those of you who are well aware that Electric Ireland came on board with us to sponsor these competitions, and their support has been greatly appreciated and greatly welcomed. Without them, there's a lot of things that wouldn't have gotten done without their help, and we are greatly appreciated, and we hope that the partnership continues for the future. I suppose to Carlo, a massive commiserations to you girls. It just wasn't to be for you, I'm afraid, today. But I've absolutely no doubt that you'll pick your heads up and you'll be back stronger, better than ever. Massive congratulations again for getting here, and just commiserations in the end. To Galway, safe to say, I think this is a long time coming for you group of girls. Currently champions as well as current championship champions as well. You're following off a great year for you, to be fair, and to win it when your college is the host college is something that's very, very special. So just before I continue, to all management, past pupils that have come back, to GDOs, to Michael and to Philip with Carlo, a massive congratulations on the year that you've put down on the Camogie front. Again, as I've said with all the other matches, without those people in the background, these games don't go ahead. We can organise matches left, right and centre, but if you don't have the players to play them, they're worth nothing really, and it's the lads behind the scenes and in the background that make these possible. So a massive well done and congratulations to each and every single one of you as well. So without further ado, I'm going to call on Aisha to present the player of the match. So the player of the match for the Purcell Final 2024 goes to Galway's number 12, Tegan Canning. And now I call on Uachtaráin, Hilda Breslin, to present the Purcell Cup to the 2024 champion captains, Tiffany Fitzgerald and Fiona Ryan.
Thanks to my fellow captain for being so enthusiastic. First of all, just start with, we don't want to leave anyone out because this was such a greatly run weekend, and we're so grateful as Camogie players to have such a special event, and it's been really broadcasted, which is great for us, and we love playing it, so hope it keeps up the next few years. To the Camogie Association and the CCO, thanks very much for, as I said, hosting it. It's been an immaculately run weekend and everything went so smoothly, so thanks a million. To the referee today, you did a great job, so thanks a million. To the dome here, the facilities are just unbelievable. Playing on that there today is like a dream for any Camogie player, so thanks a million for all your facilities over the weekend. Yeah, you take.
Thanks. To our sponsors, Aerogen, massive funding from you. Thanks a million. We're literally head to toe in kits that are unreal, so thanks a million to them. To our sports unit, Fergal, wouldn't be without you, you made it happen, so thanks a million. To Michael O'Connor, does atrocious behind the scenes work that we don't really take, thanks a million. To our own management, where do we begin? You stuck with us when nobody else would. Kevin, you put literally your heart and soul into it every year for the last 3 years, and we eventually got over the line. So thank you so much from all of us. To Carlo, I think it goes without saying you were definitely our biggest rivals this year. We kind of kept meeting, and it was always such a hard-fought battle. Even in the league final, it was literally right to the wire. So just a round of applause for Carlo. Yeah. I forget. Just back to our college, to our club officers, girls like Michael, you did atrocious work behind the scenes as well. Louise, you're always behind the scenes as well, so thank you so much to them. And the physios as well, the physios. And last but not least, to our women. Girls, what can I say? Absolutely phenomenal. From myself and Tiff, you're all just absolutely phenomenal today and throughout the year. So absolutely wonderful, and we'll enjoy it.
We waited so long for this one, so we'll flip.
Yeah, we'll go over the team pictures. We get Kevin first and we'll chase the players. And welcome back here as University of Galway's players celebrate. We will get a few of the players in a couple of moments. Delighted to be joined by their mentor Louise O'Connor. Louise, first things first, what a performance, what a result.
Absolutely super. I mean, the conditions here were just ideal for us to execute what we knew those Camogie players could do. Didn't happen yesterday as well for us, but when they got in here today, they really showed what they're made of, and we have some outstanding players on that team, so it's just fantastic.
Oh, you did too, with outstanding link-up play as well. You can see the work was being done on the training ground there as well. SETU Carlo stayed with you. There was only 2 points in it coming up to the quarter hour. Granted, you had the missed penalty in that period, but it was like then you just took off up to the gear and you got the scores from the 4 goals before half-time.
Absolutely, and that's what we've been doing all along through all our championship games. That is the performance that we were hoping for on a day like today. So we are super proud of these girls and what they executed today. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Had to hurt the last couple of years, and even as you touched on there, hard look at the 1 point defeat in the Corning Willigon final to University of Limerick last night. But even though we knew at half time this was done, it's still to see the happiness on the faces when the final whistle did blow. It showed how much it meant to these players.
Absolutely. We've had 2 finals that we've lost, and that pain carried through for the last 3 years. So we were not going home without this cup this afternoon. So we focused all year on one game at a time, but we knew that this was our ultimate goal, and they did it today. They really put in a full performance.
Louise, we could be here for 10 minutes talking about the performances of different players and all that, so I won't go through them all. There's a few there. Tegan Canning, obviously the player of the match. Some of the scores she got in the first half were magical, but then when you look around the team, Ray Dillon, Niamh McPeak, the half-back line as well, there was just so many standout performers, and that's not even including the players that came on the bench, off the bench in the second half and played fantastic as well.
Absolutely, and it takes 30 players to get to this point, and you have to have that bench, those finishers. You got starters and you got got finishers, but like there was not one player there today that we could say there was any problem with. Every single one of them played to their full potential, and that's all you can ask of girls when they put in the effort all year long, and then they do something like this on a day like today.
It's great work being done in sport in University of Galway. Full stop. Before I let you go, we know what this means for the Camogie set up to get that victory as well. Ashburn Cup finally back in the top area too. You were there a few years ago, but from what I saw here today, and maybe I'm being slightly biased as a Galway man, you can tell me what you think. I think you're going to be very competitive in that competition if you can hold as many of these players as you can.
Yeah, that's it. We'll be hold most of them. There may be one or two that will be finished college, so we won't have those, but we've really done the groundwork, and we have a junior team coming up behind those. As you said, they were in the Muelagon yesterday. Good few of those are at the standard that they could move up to this level. So we have a good squad. We've put in a lot of work at university level, at club level. We've got a good sponsor on board now in Erigen who are backing us 100%. So we've got a pipeline of players to come in over the next couple of years, and hopefully we'll be able to perform at this level again in Ashburn next year.
We look forward to seeing you in action next year. We're going to let you go celebrate, Louise. Absolute pleasure as ours. Thanks a million for that. And that was the Louise O'Connor, mentor with the University of Galway team. She was also manager of the Muelagon team that were played their final here in the Dome last night, losing now by just 1 point to University of Limerick. Now I'm just having a look around to see, I know Killian is checking to see if we can get any of those players before we have to wrap up this part of the broadcast, but well, I'll give him a minute or so just to let you know, do not go away, because we are here right up until about after 5:30, because we have the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final coming up, throwing in at 4 o'clock here between TU Dublin and University of Limerick. And if you're with us for the semi-finals yesterday, you know it's going to be a cracking contest as the two semi-finals were yesterday. So we'll have one more look to see if we have a player on the way down here. I don't think we're going to have a player at the moment, so what we'll do is we'll take a break, but don't go away, because if we do manage to nab a University of Galway player before they head off and we make way for the Ashburn Cup teams, we will get them on. But again, University of Galway, what an absolutely fantastic result for themselves, and myself and Killian will be back at 10 to bring you the Ashburn Cup final. If we're not back talking, wait a minute now, I'm being told somebody's on the way, so we'll just hold there for a second. And indeed, I have the two joint captains on the way over here as well, so you can see here as well. So we'll just bring you over here very, very quickly, and glad we got you. And first now I have to have a bone to pick here with Fiona Ryan. Fiona, you were so focused on your warm-up here before, and you nearly took me out of the match with a puck out before throwing.
I was actually wondering who it was that I hit, and I was going to apologise, but I actually struck it quite well as well, so apologies for that.
Oh, I thought it was, after I got over the shock, I thought it was pinpoint. But look, first things first, what does this mean to you, joint captain of your college, finally getting your hands on the Purcell Cup?
Yeah, like look, at the start of the year, like our biggest aim was to get back here, and after 2 tough years, like we kind of knew we had an awful lot of work to do to come back, and we got where we wanted, and thankfully we got over the line today.
You did it too, and you're superb. Tiffany will bring you in there, as they're calling you Galway's favourite Kilkenny player at the moment. Look, again, the forwards are getting what you call the credit with the scores they got, but as Fiona touched on there, he worked hard in defence there to make sure that SEGU Carlow got a few chances, but they didn't get too many.
Yeah, no, we wanted to make sure today that we were going to put out our best performance of the year, so we were making sure there wasn't much goals going in, and the backs are absolutely unbelievable. I have full faith in those backs, and we just have each other's backs throughout the pitch. Like, we're all best friends off the pitch, which is the main thing. We have such good fun playing with each other, and it's a pleasure, to be honest. College is Camogie.
Yeah, you gave a great foundation as well there, and then from the midfielders on, they took it up there and got up the other end of the field there as well, and it was tight after a quarter, but then the scores came in the second quarter. What were you saying at half time? Because I know the match isn't over, but you're in a very good position.
We just say keep plugging away, because really we've been playing well all year, and we just want everyone to see how actually good we are. I know we've been wanting to get up to Ashburn for the last, I'm in the college 3 years, and it's taken us 3 years to get up there, and we just can't wait now to get up to the top tier of Camogie, because that's where all these girls deserve to be playing. And that's the question I'll go before I let you go as well to the two of you, because that's what you want at the end of the day. You want to win silverware, but you want to play with the elite. That's what third level Camogie is all about, leveling the standards and getting up there, and you're finally back in the Ashburn Cup.
Yeah, look, like I think today was definitely our our better performance out of the whole year. Like, we were absolutely phenomenal from in the goal, like looking at everyone, like we were absolutely brilliant, like from the get-go. And to play with Ashburn, obviously, like it's that step up, but I think we're definitely ready for it. Like as Tiff said, it's a long time coming.
We need to try and get Fiona Masters, because
it's my last year now, but I might be back.
We'll have to have the conversation about that again. Finally, before I let you go, it's a Sunday evening, but I've no doubt it's going to be a bank holiday in University of Galway.
For sure.
Definitely, and it's rag week in Galway as well, so it'll be great for the week.
Myself and Killian could be booking off work for the week. Fiona and Tiffany, we'll let you go. Well done, because we're going to bring in the player of the match before we finish up the broadcast in this game. Tegan, come over here and talk to me. First things first, congratulations.
Thank you, thanks very much. We're very happy out now. It's a long time coming, so...
And there has been that hurt as well there, and you were so focused and so determined this leading into the weekend. I was talking to Kevin earlier in the week there, but you have to put in the performances. You had the big game yesterday as well. You got that job done, and when you settled down, and you settled down quick enough, you got the job done here.
Yeah, no, it's a new experience as well. We hadn't played in the Dome ever before, so yeah, it was a long time coming. We're a good few years of hurt, 3 years, so yeah, we deserve to be up in Ashburn now, so it's good that we're finally back up there.
You were determined. You got out there at the start. I know the scores probably took a while to get going. Well, they didn't for you, because you were banging them over for fun down that left flank there as well. And we think you might be done now at one point, but we leave that alone. But again, what's it like playing here in the Dome as well? Because everything just seems to move so much faster.
Definitely, yeah, especially because the ground now, it's a lot softer, and in Dangan is a lot softer anyway. But yeah, it was a good experience. It's good. The ball definitely hops a bit higher, but yeah, after the first 10 minutes we were kind of coming to bearings with it, so yeah.
I was talking to Tiffany there and Fiona about the defensive side of things, but it's like when you got to midfield forward, you just telepathically seem to know where each other were. You were moving the ball quickly, 2, 3, 4 player movements, so many involved, and you took the scores.
Yeah, actually the girls inside, unreal. Their first touch is class. The 2 Clare women, and then we have a few Galway girls. They were unreal. Like any ball that came their way, it was over the bar or a score. So yeah, we're playing with each other now a good while. Challenges and the league and everything. So yeah, we knew what each other was thinking. So yeah, it was good. It was nice to all come together now after the hard work.
It worked well too. Of course, we have to talk before we let you go about the goal, because that ended up being the main turning point. You got to start going there again. The movement was coming fast. You just had to do your job. Were you thinking about the goal when you got the ball in the hand?
Not really, but it just opened up then. So I said, sure, I'd chance it. And paid off, yeah.
Tegan, listen, we were very disappointed they took you off early in the second half there as well, but you've done your part there as well. It was such a great team contribution overall as well. I was saying there, talking to Louise a few moments ago, that even coming off the bench, like, there's a great squad, great camaraderie, and I know you're involved in many great teams at county and club level there too as well, but it's a special spirit with this team.
No, it is, definitely. I really enjoy playing for the college, because there's girls from all over, and it took 29 girls, it was 29 of us to win today, and over the last few matches it definitely took everyone. Yeah, everyone played their part in winning today.
Well, Tegan, you played your part as well. You're the player of the match. Well done. We'll let you celebrate with your team. And thanks a million for joining us there. So that was Tegan Canning, the player of the match for University of Galway. And beforehand, you would have heard from the joint captains, Fiona Ryan and Tiffany Fitzgerald. That's it for our coverage of the Purcell Cup, but don't go away. I don't know my watch on me, but we'll be back at 10 to 4. Killian and myself, live coverage of the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final. TU Dublin, can they make it back to back, or will University of Limerick win a first title in 4 years? We will see. But the final score here in the Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final of 2024, University of Galway are the champions. They beat SETU Carlow by 5-27 to 1-9.
And good afternoon to you, and you're very welcome here to the University of Galway Connacht Airdome. And we are live here for the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final. Of course, one of the most historic cups in Irish sport. And of course, it is to be battled out here between UL and the reigning champions TUD. TUD, of course, who won it for the first time last year, have emerged from the Purcell Cup just the year before. My name is Killian Whelan. Our commentator today will be Darren Kelly, and he joins me now to look ahead to the action. And Darren, you know, this bodes well to being a bit of a cracker. UL looking to get back to probably where they were at the top table a few years ago. TUD hoping to stay at the top table.
Yeah, Killian, but even coming into this weekend in the semi-finals yesterday, we had the four best teams in the country, and there was very little in the two matches, like UL against UCC, TU Dublin against DCU. Let's not forget Ciara O'Connor had a free there at the end that could have forced that into extra time. And if anything, the conversation after both games was a surprise. We didn't have extra time, but two teams stood up at the crucial games in both their semi-finals. UL, a very, very good team performance to edge out UCC by 2 points. And when the game was at the scruff of the neck, TU Dublin, led by Roisin McCormick, but there was many other players as well involved in that, got the scores when it mattered and got them over the line when they fell behind too. So the two sides that are here today, they've earned the right to be here, but it's been such a competitive weekend, and as talented as these two teams are, it'll also be interesting how much yesterday's games took out of them there too, because there were two real battles.
Two real battles on a surface, of course, that we know can be hard on the legs. A couple of changes, as we know, and we'll bring them shortly. But, you know, the advantage of playing the semi-finals here yesterday obviously will stand to both, in that I don't think they'll be feeling each other out for too long on the surface here.
No, they'll be getting on with it there too, but they have the experience of playing in an indoor facility now, and in this indoor facility as well, and that'll stand to both teams and what they learned out of it as well, because look, we saw it there yesterday, we've seen it in the games we've seen here today so far, some great scores coupled with nervous moments as well and missed opportunities, but they have that now. No doubt both teams rested up last night as best they could. A few aches and pains, you'll always have that as well, but even the teams, and we'll go through them in a moment there too, no major changes from either team. Everybody has come through fit and well, and I'm just looking forward to a great game.
Do you want to call it?
I leave you to call it there, seeing I'm doing the commentary.
I love the way you put back the pressure on me, but do you not feel that maybe UL looking to get back there, they seem to have organised themselves, probably felt a little bit done out of it last year over the points controversy and everything like that, but TUD, you know, winning breeds success ultimately, and they've had some great couple of years. It might be hard to wrestle it away from them.
Yeah, but Killian, I suppose, and we touched on it yesterday, University of Limerick probably the most motivated out of the four teams after we're not missing out in the weekend there last year too, and they certainly rolled the sleeves up at the crucial stage to get their result. There's an awful lot of pressure comes on a team that are trying to retain a first time ever title. As we saw DCU, they won in 2022, didn't manage to do it last year, but TU Dublin are back in the final as well. But what impressed me is how they stepped up as well, because it looked like it was swinging back away in DCU's favour, but TU Dublin held out and got it. Look, it's a very, very tough game to call, I won't lie to you, and I'm not sitting on the fence when you ask me the question. I really, based on what I saw yesterday, couldn't call it. You'd always have to lean towards the defending champions, but University of Limerick are one of the most decorated teams in it, and were dominating this competition up until 4 years ago. So look, let's sit back and enjoy the ride, as they say.
Yeah, sit back and enjoy the ride, and hopefully you will do over the next hour and a half or thereabouts, whatever it takes to decide the matter. We're going to head to our commentary position, so Darren and commentary, look forward to the action. It's all ahead.
That was the Ron Naveen. We are here in the University of Galway Connacht GA Airdome, and this is the biggest game of the year on the third level colleges camogie scene. University of Limerick, multiple time champions, dominated the sport in the last decade but haven't won this competition in 4 years, against the new team on the block, but they've stood up. Purcell Cup champions in 2022, Ashburn Cup champions in 2023, and will they be Ashburn Cup champions again in 2024? It's University of Limerick up against Technological University of Dublin. It's the Ashburn Cup final, sponsored by Electric Ireland. We can't wait for the game. I'm Darren Kelly, joined in the commentary box by Killian Whelan. Killian, we're nearly in your throw-in, so we'll run through teams when we get a break in play, but you asked me out there, so I'm going to ask you back. What way do you see this going?
Again, it's going to be very, very tight. I just feel that the way UL maybe have got matters together over the last 12 months, getting over the hurt of the way things went for them last year in the competition, thinking that to beat a certain score, and then they found out subsequently that that wasn't enough. I think that is driving them all this year. But you then come up against a crew like TUD, who, on the bounce, Purcell Cup winners, then Ashburn Cup winners for the first time. They'll be a dogged enough opponent to be able to knock off the perch there, you'd feel, Darren. I just think UL, I'm going to give a little bit of a nod to them.
UL getting the nod there, so I suppose I'll go TU just to keep the balance in it there as well. We are getting ready for the throw-in. University of Limerick in the white. They attack the goal to the right, while the torso green-blue colours of TU Dublin will be the one to the left. The referee for this game is Cathal McAllister. He refereed the semi-final between DCU and TU Dublin yesterday. Both semi-finals, there was nothing left in the field. How have the players recovered? We're about to see, but get ready for an entertaining 60 minutes here in the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup finals. Gabby Couch, the first player to get in the ball, sends it down in the direction of Sarah Barco in the red helmet. Not to be for her, and one of the changes, it's not really a change because it's the same starting 15 for University of Limerick yesterday. Sarah McCartan is wearing the number 17 jersey. She had won the ball on that occasion, and it just goes out over the line, the far side of the field, off a stick of a TU Dublin player, and it's going to be University of Limerick to get us up and running again through Emer Lookman. Emer Lookman from Tipperary, and she stopped two potential goals in yesterday's semi-final. Down the field we go. Emer McGrath trying to get a touch on the ball. Indeed it wasn't. It was Mairead O'Brien. She wears the number 12 jersey. Has support as well from Sian Spillane. And TU Dublin have taken the ball back and bring it out towards the 45-metre line. As every game in the Dome over this weekend, it starts very, very fast before settling down. This will be no exception. In the middle of the park is Alva Larkin for University of Limerick. I got an early score in yesterday's game, down in towards the attack. Emer McGrath involved. Just a little mix-up between the two players, but UL will not give up. Rachel Walsh put in a good shift yesterday there too, down to Caoimhe Cahill. She's the danger player out in the wing. Caoimhe Cahill getting inside, and a good hook there at the right time, but she's not done yet as Caoimhe Cahill goes for the score, puts the ball over the bar. 80 seconds gone. A good hook beforehand, Killian, but Caoimhe gets her point.
Yeah, Caoimhe Cahill, we know the fine year that she had, of course, in 23, and continuing form here with UL in the last couple of weeks, and there is a cracking score from her. Good way to settle matters down, and as you feel, Darren, both these teams probably just need to settle into the pattern now a little bit, and we expect the cracker to continue.
Claire McNamara is the goalkeeper of Technological University of Dublin. She was also the manager of the team that reached the Father Maher Cup this weekend. They lost out in their semi-final. Back in the action here now at University of Limerick, looking for another score. The other score comes, and it comes from Emer McGrath. 2 minutes gone, 2-0.
Yeah, McGrath took one look there as that ball went in, had a look at the post just before it arrived, shrugged off two markers, then left it at the end of the hurl to get her a bit of space, turning over the bar, and we know Emer McGrath has that in bucket loads, and she settles in UL already to a 2-0 score lead. Yeah,
they won't be panicking there yet there. Caoimhe Cahill takes the ball from the sky, but they know the value of a good start to this game. Build up an advantage, because with the team so evenly matched in this competition, as you would have seen if you joined us yesterday here on the Electric Ireland YouTube channel, it is very, very hard to call. On the move again now, but this is TU Dublin. This is Emma Minogue pushing up a bit further than the role that she played in yesterday's semi-final against TCU. She has won the free, and this will be an opportunity. The referee is going to have a chat with Alva Larkin, so it looks like we're going to have our first yellow card of the game for the challenge on the neck there that he suggested on Emma Minogue. It's Roisin McCormick got a 11 points in yesterday's semi-final. It was quick to point out the work of her teammates in putting her in those positions. Can she get her first off this game? Roisin McCormick goes for the post. The ball has gone over the bar. She's off the mark. 3 minutes gone. 1 point to 2.
Yeah, and you can't do that too needful and to be in the scoring zone for Roisin McCormick. She will punish you. She did so well, of course, in last year's competition that ultimately her scores were to be a deciding factor as well in getting the victory for TUD. A lot of her Lochiel and Antrim teammates would have been involved in the earlier Mark Cup final, of course, that saw victory for Queens. She's trying to do the needful here as well and keep the Antrim flag flying, of course.
Yeah, Orla Sennett, a good hook there on the occasion, but University of Limerick are on the move again. Casey Hennessy gets down within range. Casey Hennessy puts the ball over the bar. We are scribbling down scores on our books here in front of us, and Casey makes it 3 points to 1.
Keep up, that is a phenomenal individual score, but again, Casey Hennessy, someone that has stepped to the fore for the Tipperary team in the last couple of years, and now showing leadership there. Fantastic effort, no question about it. Took it on a run and put it up and over the bar. Claire
McNamara gets us going again for TU Dublin. Long ball down, a collision between players, no foul, says the referee, and it looks like Kerry Finnegan might get her hands on that, and it's a Gabby Couch in possession of the ball, but there is a University of Limerick player on the ground, and the first chance we've had to catch a break since the start. So what we'll do is we'll quickly run through the starting players for University of Limerick. Sinead Farrell is in goal, a full back line of Sharon Shannon, Claire Kingston and Emer Lookman. The half back line, Rachel Walsh wears 5, Anya Keane 6, and Stephanie Wolfe is number 7. In midfield is Alva Larkin at 8. She's partnered by number 17 Sarah McCartan. Even though Sarah's playing more in defence, their captain Sinead O'Keefe, injured, does not start this game. Cueva Gahal, Sian Spillane and Mairead O'Brien are 10, 11 and 12. And the inside line then, number 22 Aoibhinn Barry starts along with Emer McGrath at 14 and Casey Hennessy at 15.
Yeah, good unit there, and as you said, a good balanced structure throughout that crew. The injury there was to Mairead O'Brien, and up and running now for this free down into the corner for TUD.
Yeah, we were told it was the same starting 15 for UL, but I can tell you that Sarah Madden is on the field to play, so we'll run through all that again in a moment. I just wonder, was that Niamh Keenan, the far side of the field, that's thrown up the field and got the score for TUD. Indeed it was. Killian confirms a good score from the Cavan player, 3 points to 2.
Yeah, Niamh Keenan, a fine exponent of the game, and it said, showing the rise of Cavan Camogie in recent years. She's able to stand out here in the Ashburn Cup as she did so well last year, and she's doing it here again today.
Rachel Walsh right in front of us here in the commentary box, trying to get away from Katie McDonald, sends it down in towards the corner here in University of Limerick, looking to re-establish control of this game, and Susie Delaney does start this match as well, so we'll confirm all those changes in a moment. We're just keeping an eye here on Casey Hennessy. Casey Hennessy, the ball coming inside there now. There's a few TU Dublin players knocking around, and one of them is Orla Sennett, and Orla Sennett helps the ball out the field, and the champions bring the ball past the 45 metre line up in the direction of Katie McDonald, and Gabby Couch was involved in that move as well, and Katie McDonald sending it down the other side of the field, but it's going to be Sharon Shanahan. She had a great game at cornerback. The two cornerbacks played very well for UL yesterday. Ball scrambling, bouncing like a ping pong in the middle of the field. 6 minutes gone in this game. The referee says free for TU Dublin.
Yeah, and as you'd imagine, no quarter asks are given, Darren. It got very kind of messy over there on that side, and eventually TUD are the ones that come out on top here. So, tenacity of all sorts on both sides, and you imagine as reigning champions, TUD going to give it all as Roisin McCormick stands over this.
Roisin McCormick with the free going towards the goal, but that ball goes to the right and wide. Always a difficult effort, but after 7 minutes gone, it's 1 point between the teams. TU Dublin 2, University of Limerick 3.
Of course, who'll ever forget Roisin last year, Darren forcing that extra time, and then Kerry Finnegan's goal, ultimately the deciding factor in that Ashburn Cup final last year up in UCD.
So watching the action again as University of Limerick bring the ball down the field. Touch along the ground by Emer McGrath in the direction of Mairead O'Brien. Mairead O'Brien turns in her right, plays a low ball down to the Tipperary woman, Casey Hennessy. Casey Hennessy might go for another score in this game, and it's been stopped by the goalkeeper. Mightn't wish he stopped it, a shot, a goal! A goal for the University of Limerick, and it's Susie Delaney from County Laois who's put the ball to the back of the net. Good goalkeeping from Claire McNamara, but she wishes she didn't touch it.
Yeah, wishing she hadn't, because that ultimately led to the opportunity. And then, Susie just managed to be able to get enough of a squeeze at that tight post to put in. We were told Susie wasn't down to start, but she has, and she's made her mark here with that goal to the back of the net, making it 1-3 to 2.
So Susie Delaney, she didn't start the semi-final yesterday. She starts this final and has got the goal as the player from Portlaoise. Out the field again comes Emma Minogue for TU Dublin as they need to respond here to the defending champions against University of Limerick. And they still have the ball. Move towards the 45-metre line. Katie McDonald. Where's number 13? University of Limerick overturned the ball. This is Sian Spillane. And Sian Spillane sends the ball down to Susie Delaney. She has a sniff of it. She wants to get a point to go with the goal. And Susie Delaney puts the ball over the bar. Great pass down by Sian Spillane. 1-4 to 2 points. Yeah. University of Limerick.
Yeah, and Susie Delaney, showing clean pair of heels there to the cornerback Christine Shanahan there, and turned and put it over the bar, got the goal, got a point. Perfect start for her. And TUD, I know it's early doors still yet, Darren, but this game just now stepping out away from them a little bit. They need to get a kind of grips quickly in the half forward line.
Need to get the grips very, very quickly as we watch the action again going down the field. Mairead O'Brien trying to find a way inside there, but not to be in that occasion. But it is all UL at the moment. 9 minutes gone in this game. They lead by 5 points. 1-4 to 2 points. They're moving the ball very, very quickly. Alva Larkin off to Casey Hennessy. And Casey Hennessy there just waiting to see can she get away inside. And there's again white jerseys in there. The green-blue are getting involved, but it's Casey Hennessy that comes away with a space, opens up. Player to the right. That's Susie Delaney. Another goal. It's off the post. In the rebound. Emer McGrath puts the ball into the back of the net. And University of Limerick have their second goal. Casey Hennessy opened it up, Killian. Susie didn't get her second, but Emer did.
Well, if Jurgen Klopp was watching this, he'd be seriously impressed with the gegenpressing that's going on. UL have just come mount of attack. Press, push, and it's all happening. Susie could have had her second goal in quick succession, came off the upright, and McGrath was in the right place to knock it home. The full forward line for UL making hay at the moment here.
They are indeed making hay, and I'll go back through that University of Limerick team properly in a moment, because we just checked it there with the stats people there now. We know the few amendments, and TU Dublin are 1 to 15 is in your match programme, but we'll go through those when we get a chance. As you can tell from our voices, as you can hear from the reaction of the supporters of both teams, plus the panels who are right beside us here in the commentary box, it's been a mile a minute, but particularly going in Limerick's favour in the early stages. 2-4 to 2 points. They couldn't have dreamed of a better start because the team managed by Denny Ferncombe and Declan Nash. Roisin McCormick with the free, sends the ball down towards the goal. That's a great take there. Is there an opportunity? The defender got in the way at the right time, and it was Sharon Shanahan that got in the way there, which she had to clear it out, and UL will bring the ball up the field again, and TU Dublin just struggling to get themselves really going in this game as Sarah McCartan sends the ball down the field, down towards the attack. And moving up the field there, a high challenge on that occasion on Emma Minogue, and UL will need to be careful. They want to play with intensity, but you have to time the challenges as well. They've already a player been booked in this game. So scrambled there as Gabby Couch works hard for TU Dublin, but it's won back by Caoimhe Cahill. Caoimhe Cahill with the ball, looks around for support. The support comes from Alva Larkin. She got a few points in the semi-final. That's a great ball from Alva Larkin down towards Mairead O'Brien. Also great was Orla Gray, another standout player for TU Dublin in yesterday's semi-final against DCU, and she had to win that ball. If she hadn't won that ball, they could have been in trouble. Kerry Finnegan wears number 10. She's the captain. The ball goes out over the line. Killian, despite the 8-point gap at the scoreboard, both teams have come to play.
Oh yeah, both teams absolutely. But TUD, the couple of years that they've had, they're not going to give up on this. But UL, just their fluidity, again, Darren, you'd have to credit the movement off the ball, support play, TUD digging in, but they need something to happen for them, Darren. At the minute, the halfback line for UL is just smothering them.
Smothered them indeed, and of course the few changes that they've made are working as Sarah Madden sends the ball down towards the attack again for the girls in white. The support all over the place, they know where to be. The late challenge was put in, so the free has been won by University of Limerick, so a chance now for Emer McGrath to stretch that gap. So I'm going to give you the proper UL team there now, just a couple of amendments. Sinead Farrell in goal, Sharon Shanahan, Claire Kingston and Emer Lockman at 2, 3 and 4, Rachel Walsh 5, Anya Keane 6, but it's number 17 Sarah McCartan is in instead of number 7 Stephanie Wolf. Alva Larkin is in midfield at 8, and she is partnered by Sarah Madden wearing number 18, and then the 10 to 15 as we mentioned, Caoimhe Cahill, Sian Spillane, Mairead O'Brien, Susie Delaney, Emer McGrath and Casey Hennessy. Sorry about any mix-ups here with the team beforehand. Emer McGrath takes the free, puts the ball over the bar. 13 minutes gone in the game. It's 2-5 to 2 points.
Yeah, 2-5 to 2, and Emer McGrath well able to take him for dead ball as well. But Darren, I just feel TUD now needs something to happen in the next minute or two, because this gap is just starting to increase. They just can't get the ball to their primary winners up in the forward. UL have swarmed them up there. Half-back line, as I said, is doing an awful lot of damage on TUD, and their inside line then is not able to get on the ball. So at the minute, it's all pro action for UL here, and as he said, it's early doors to be calling this game, but 9-point lead, Darren.
Yeah, but the intensity to play with it as well there. It'll be interesting to see, can they maintain it. Sarah McCartan, but TU Dublin are getting challenges, but as Killian is touching on, they just need a bit more consistency. This is Claire Gannon. She played against her sister Ashing yesterday. Claire plays for TU Dublin, goes for a shot at the post. The ball crawls out over the line to the...
But again, I don't think that was the option. McCormick was inside on her own. She went I think it was a shot at the goals. It wasn't a ball to drop in, but Roisin McCormick was just inside Claire there. Maybe she didn't hear her or whatever, popped the pass. But just seeing some of the options TUD are taking just in the last couple of minutes, not the right ones. UL are full of energy and they're just swarming all over them.
And that's what it'll come down to. Can they maintain the pace? We will see, as Katie McDonald picked out Gabby Couch, and Gabby Couch moves up the field. I will go through the TU Dublin team in just a couple of moments when we get another break in play. Orla Sennett with the ball there, plays it out in the direction of Katie McDonald, I should say. But again, UL putting the pressure on, but Niamh Keenan has held on to the ball for the Dublin College as they push up the field, and a push in the back of Gabby Couch. Going to be a free for TU Dublin. This is their starting 15. In goal number 1 is Claire McNamara. Christine Shanahan, Orla Gray and Sarah Power are the full back line. Orla Sennett, Orla O'Keefe and Claire Gannon are 5, 6 and 7. Gabby Couch and Niamh Keenan are in midfield. Kerry Finnegan, Roisin McCormick and Emma Minogue are 10, 11 and 12. A few positional switches there. Katie McDonald, Megan Dowdle and Sarah Barco are 13, 14 and 15. Roisin McCormick goes for the post. Can she get the score? And she puts the ball over the bar. 15 minutes gone exactly. It's 3 points to 2-5.
Yeah, but it's that spell since they got their last score to now what has happened for UL, and I think is it something like 2-2 has been scored by UL. Maybe one goal might have been fortuitous in the fact they came back off the upright. There was nothing wrong with the first goal, but this is where now TUD need to make a count, and here's Megan Dowdle.
Megan Dowdle was the player of the competition last year. Here she goes on the move. It goes for the shot. It didn't look like she got the connection on it that she wanted, but it nearly got away from Sinead Farrell, who does her goalkeeping in Kilkenny. And the battle for possession is on the 20-metre line. So just trying to see exactly who Katie McDonald is in there as well for TU Dublin, but the referee has spotted the foul against him, so it's going to be a free out for University of Limerick. But a big moment in the game there as well. Killian and Megan Dowdle just didn't get the touching that she wanted. It still nearly caught out Sinead Farrell.
Yeah, because I'd say because it maybe the spin or whatever was on the sliotar, it nearly cut out Sinead Farrell. But again, those are the chances TUD are going to have to start getting in the game, and they might have to take one of them.
Yeah, no, to give it, we're just looking there at a challenge there, and obviously both management teams will be calling for their own frees as the game goes on. Colin McAllister so far letting them get on with it, but he's the hand out for the advantage every time if it has to go back, as you've seen the example here. He'd seen the challenge on Emma Minogue already. Give it another couple of seconds. Nothing was accruing for TU Dublin, and they have the free out. Can they get 2 scores in a row? They haven't managed to do that in the game yet. UL still not showing any signs of relenting from the ferocious pace they brought to this game, but then again TU Dublin, maybe they're starting to crank up the gears as well and go hard in. Claire Gannon in the middle of that there wins the free, so it'll be an opportunity now again for Roisin McCormick, and again Killian, as you said, while UL are complete control of the scoreboard at the moment, TU Dublin won't panic. They've been here before. This is their third consecutive year to be in a final here at the third level colleges, and they'll just try and keep tipping the scoreboard over.
Yeah, well, we'll see what McCormick does here. This goes over the bar. This is reminding me of the Mar Cup final, Darren, that we watched early doors, of course, with Queen's and the University of Ulster. Jordanstown, and that ball goes over the bar from Roisin McCormick. If you remember, of course, that game, Queens got off to a flyer, were out of blocks, hammered away, and then UUJ came back to it in the second quarter. Maybe that's just now an impetus, the last couple of scores from TUD, maybe to push on here. So it might not be game over, out the gap or anything like that yet, but it's taken on a similar run as the Mark Cup final did earlier on.
Yeah, TUW can get the next score, bring it back to a 6-point ball game, then it's certainly very much alive. Scrambling in there, you can see nobody is holding back going in for these rucks, and it works for TU Dublin. It works for Roisin McCormick. Roisin McCormick down the left hand side of the field, getting within range, goes a bit further. Great skill from Roisin McCormick. Can she finish it? A shot, a goal.
What a goal!
I don't think Megan Dowdle touched that, but we'll see in a second. But it's a goal for TU Dublin nonetheless.
Look, a bit of play here. Watch this, Darren, as she looped the ball over her defender's head, kept going onto it, let it hit the deck. Roisin McCormick steps inside, goes low for the bottom. I don't think Megan touched it, or she wasn't claiming the glory. We're giving that goal to Roisin McCormick, and come at the hour, come at the big players. 2-5-1-4, game on.
Yeah, Megan Dowdle did have a swing in it, but I agree with you there as well. We'll have a look later on to see if we can get a confirmation in that. But Roisin McCormick, it's a great goal for the skill of Roisin McCormick, creating that opportunity. Not out of nothing, but out of very, very little. And all of a sudden, we are back to a 4-point ball game. It is 1-4 to TU Dublin, 2-5 to University of Limerick. 3 scores in 4 minutes, Killian, and it set this final up again nicely.
Yeah, there you go. You know, like as you said, can you well keep the momentum going that they were started off with? They came out here absolutely on top of the ground. Push. Everything was going right for them. What do you credit? What's after happening here? I suppose an effort from TUD to just get a score on the board, maybe give them back themselves a little bit of confidence. But again, when you have someone like McCormick on your field, on your team, she can do anything at a split moment, and you know she's after dragging TUD back into this game with 1-2 in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, there was the University of Limerick player just receiving some treatment. That's why we've had the hold up here. 19 and a half minutes gone, just 4 points between the teams again, and TU Dublin, the defending champions, back in this Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final. We hope you're enjoying our coverage, brought to you in association with Entry. Emer McGrath with the free. Forward came off the woodwork. The last time a ball came off the woodwork down there, they managed to get a goal out of it. Emma Minogue says you're not getting a goal out of this one, and she sends the ball out for touch out the far side of the fields, and University of Limerick will get another go, and Emer McGrath will have a go at restarting the action. UL, it's only 7 minutes since they scored, but it feels like an eternity at the moment. Can they get one just to get back in control? Susie Delaney is there. The referee blows the whistle. He's going to throw this in. Yeah, it's probably something that UL might need just to take the pep out of the step for TUD. Keeping the ball down this end of the field is probably what they need. But, you know, TUD just starting to graft now a little bit here, Darren. They are indeed, and they're just reading the breaks there well, led by Orla Sennett. All of a sudden we're down the other end of the field there again, and it's important on a Limerick point of view that Sharon Shanahan wins this battle, because you would feel they'd be in a bit of bother, and she does win the battle, gets it out past the 45 metre line. 2 players tangle, but it goes out. It's going to be a TU Dublin ball. Caoimhe Cahill, the number 10 there on your screen, just going out in a challenge with the centre back for TU Dublin, Orla O'Keefe. Cahill did right in calling that there, that it was a push in the back, and it's going to be free up the field. So it's UL going to get that decision instead. Originally the lines person had said for TU Dublin, but as Killian said, a free for Limerick, and this is Anya Keane. And Anya Keane was one of the rising stars for UL last year, even though they didn't make the Ashburn Cup final weekend. Herself and Kate Lynch. Kate no longer part of the setup. Emma Minogue tried to get the ball away. We have 8.5 minutes at half time. What a great game of camogie we've watched here at the moment so far, and still plenty more to come. Alva Larkin, can she get off the mark there? Sent it over towards the sky blue boots of Sarah Madden, and Sarah Martin from the Silver Mines Club in Tipperary. Again, when there's extra bodies in, the other team gets the extra bodies in very, very quickly. Nobody holding back. I've said that a few times, I know. Goes out over the line, and even all the supporters, the far side of the field, they're acting as lines people as well. Might be different in opinions and the calls at times, but the only one that matters is the lines person out there, and he says this is a TU Dublin ball. And there's some atmosphere on the far side, Darren. It just goes to show you the effect of the dome. You nearly feel like there was a few thousand in here on occasion.
Yeah, and it certainly has been like we've had a great atmosphere in the 3 games that we've watched here today. Obviously, our second one live here in the Electric Ireland YouTube channel. But it is when the supporters get invested in the game, they really add to the atmosphere in this enclosed surrounding.
Sharon Shanahan coming out and helping out here, but again TUD putting the pressure on now a little bit higher up the field, and that's causing a few problems for UL here. Yeah,
there was a foul on Megan Dowdle there beforehand, so the advantage had been given. So TU Dublin will get a free about 55, 60 yards out, with Roisin McCormick well capable of putting this over the bar. And all of a sudden, if this just goes over, we're back to one puck in the ball, which is not something we would have imagined coming up towards the quarter hour when University of Limerick led by 2-5 to 2 points. Roisin McCormick from Antrim. She got a winning free after extra time in last year's final from the Lockheed Shamrocks club. Goes for the post. Roisin McCormick puts the ball over the bar. The umpire in the maroon beanie just nods the head and he walks over for the white flag. 1-5 to TU Dublin, 2-5 to UL.
Yeah, but it's turned into the Roisin McCormick final a little bit, Darren, because as he said, she's dragged TUD kicking and screaming now. You know, UL haven't scored since the 13th minute, and it's been all Roisin McCormick since.
It has all been Roisin McCormick, and that goal will live in the memory of everybody in TU Dublin, like her free last year, if they win this match, of course, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day, winning the Ashburn Cup. So many great colleges, these two included. Gabby Couch had her jersey pulled. The advantage has been given, and Gabby Couch, another industrious player, she never stopped yesterday in the semi. She hasn't stopped here today.
Darren, she's having a massive last 10 minutes. Gabby Couch is just everything that's kind of the epitome of what TUD are achieving is down to what work that she is doing, because UL can't get beyond now the TUD midfield at the moment, and Gabby Couch is the catalyst of all of that.
Roisin McCormick a chance to bring this back. They've got 1-3 unanswered over the last 9 minutes or so. So again, in the respect to the free taker, the dome goes quiet when the free taker for either team takes the shot. Again close, this time not to be. 3 wides for TU Dublin. I don't think I've marked down a wide for UL yet. Not a major factor in the game so far. They're just back in the contest.
Yeah, back in the contest, there's no question about that. We were concerned at 2-5 to 2 points, but they've hit the 1-3 since, and it's a 1-score game. And now we're looking at maybe UL coming up to half time, probably in an effort to kind of, you know, keep their positive trajectory, Darren. They probably need a score here.
Yeah, TU Dublin just look like they've paced themselves that bit better at the moment, because you can even see around between the 2:45s here now, they're getting the breaks that much more there as well. And down the left is Katie McDonald, sends the ball in towards the danger players. One of them is Sarah Barco from Thomastown in Kilkenny. Sarah Barco out on the left sends the ball across, and it's important interception there for University of Limerick. The ball is won. It's in the hands now of Sarah McCartan, and Sarah McCartan will come up past the 20-metre line. Just found Roisin McCormick as a block there at the time, and Roisin McCormick has overturned the ball, going to go for a shot at the post. It's an opportunity she should never have gotten, but she takes it well, and it's all of a sudden, as you said, it's the Roisin McCormick show. 1-6 to 2-5.
Yeah, she's just no matter where she's on the field at the minute, Darren, you're going to fancy her there. And like coming in to make the challenge there was Casey Hennessy, and you looked like you felt that Casey was there right at the right moment, but somehow Roisin was able to get enough power behind that to put it over the bar. Phenomenal score, and as I said, she's owned the last 10-15 minutes here.
But there's one thing about that, she'd never have been given that ball. UL should have met the clearance. They need to get a score to UL. They have not scored now in 13 minutes, and TU Dublin haven't quite owned the ball, but they've owned the scoreboard since. Coming back from 9 points down, it's a high challenge. That was reckless, and a foul on Emma Minogue, the second time she's been on the ground.
2-5-1-6 it is here now, and I imagine Declan Nash just a little bit concerned about how the last few minutes have gone here, Darren. There's no question about that. And here again, you know, not getting clean ball. We talked about in the opening stages here that the full forward line were making hay. They haven't touched the ball in the last 10 to 12 minutes.
Yeah, I think Cueva Cahill could be lucky he didn't get a yellow card for that challenge there as well. So Emma Minogue to take the free for TU Dublin down the field, and is my hold up nicely. Who's going to be on the break there first? Orla Sennett looks like she'll be on the break first. Orla Sennett, will she go for a point in this game? Just being pushed out there and needed a bit more support. Orla Gray, I didn't see her this far up the field in yesterday's game. She was a Trojan at full back, but there she is now in the half forward line for TU Dublin as they feel they're getting it top. Megan Dowdle getting inside. Here comes Megan. There's a player inside. Sarah Barco left it late. She's won the free in the process. Now UL are arguing about the charge, and of course it's a rule that often causes conversation in Camogie. I just feel myself, Killeen, that Megan Dowdle should have released that ball half a second second sooner.
Yeah, but Mega Dowdle gets through here out of the slalom and the ruck. The UL lads down here are kind of on about the charge here. Yeah, they might have had a point, but that under the rule as it is, I think they have a point. But I still think that the situation in that rule, Darren, should always favour the attacker.
Yeah, we do agree on that, but I suppose like anything is the consistency with the rule is there, and Roisin McCormick takes the free anyway, and the ball goes over the bar. So Megan Dowdle wins the free. Roisin McCormick gets the score. All of a sudden, it's a 1-point ball game. It's 1-7 to 2-5.
15 minutes ago, would you have seen this, Darren? I don't think so.
You were getting ready to hand UL the cup 15 minutes ago. Yeah, I did say let's hold for a couple of seconds. But that being said too, can TU Dublin keep this going?
Well, that's the thing, and we did see that, as we said, in the Mara Cup final. UUJ came back, and back at Queen's, had a half an hour. They got a point ahead, and that was as much as they could get. And then Queen's obviously kicked on in the final quarter in that Mara Cup final. But we've a similar situation here, as you said. The opening 13-14 minutes, all UL 2-5 to 2 in front, and now look at the situation. 1 point in the difference. We're coming up on half time. I think UL need half time now, the way things are going. TUD, it might be coming a bit too soon.
Well, I think UL will definitely want to hold on to the lead, even if they can get a point or two. But of course, the added thing as well that we've mentioned already is that the factor of yesterday's games coming in on top of what is a real intense game. And the Dublin game was, in particular yesterday, between DCU and TU Dublin, was a very, very intense match. It wasn't much less now in the game between UL and UCC, but that was just a feeling from the commentary box here. And the legs are bound to feel in the second half. TU Dublin are on the move again. Orla Senna with the ball in towards the attack. This is the ball for Sarah Barcoe. Just got away from her. Back there is Anya Keane for University of Limerick. But can she get the ball up to her hand? Because Katie McDonald is in there putting on the pressure. Anya Keane from St. Thomas's does get the ball. Moves it down the fields. Little flick there by TU Dublin. Great skill being shown by the champions. And was it an interception there from Casey Hennessy? It was just enough to overturn the ball. And a very, very important one it was as well. But it's into no man's land. It's down the fields. And there is Gabby Couch. And Gabby Couch.
If you're an inside forward at the moment for UL, you're getting frostbite, Darren, because nothing has come in anywhere in relation to you. A lot of as you said, TUD have set up a line out here on the halfway line, and it's basically saying to UL you cannot pass.
But even one thing I'll say about that, Killian, and we were saying this in the box here yesterday, UL were kind of similar enough to the novel of aimless balls down to the UCC defence, especially in the first half. They got their act together at half time and managed to turn it around with 4 or 5 early scores there as well. But it was a factor in yesterday's game. They were, I won't say lucky to only go in 1 point down at half time, but they certainly were relieved that they weren't further behind, but then they got their act together. So it is something that they can fix for the second half.
Yeah, and imagine Declan Nash and his selectors are going to have strong word. If they go in here leading at half time, I'd imagine that would be a huge victory for them in a way, considering how the last quarter of an hour has gone. Yeah.
We're just waiting to see. There we are in injury time in the first half, so we're just waiting to see if there's been any indication how much added time we are having in this first half. Gavin's there on the line and he might be able to tell us in a couple of minutes. Gabby Couch tries to bring the ball out the fields. It went off the UL stick, so it's going to be another TU Dublin opportunity in Killing. Even as we're talking about the Limerick side of things, if TU Dublin, after the start they had, get back level at half time, it'll feel like an extra point or two.
Absolutely, yeah. How hard they have turned this around. But again, a credit to what's going on in the middle of the field. Half back line has got to grips as well. But there now is an opportunity. And, after all your work now, if you put this over the bar, all of a sudden they're going in with a 2-point lead at half time and probably don't deserve it in some way.
Well, no, I suppose the excitement of the last 15 minutes is there as well, but they just need to just hold on and even a score just to even end the drought, because we're now counting nearly 19 minutes since UL have scored. So this is the opportunity here now for Emer McGrath, and the referee just checking his watch there as well. So I'm not too sure if we will much more action before half time. They need this, you would feel. They need this, you would feel. They haven't gotten it. It's their first wide of the game, but they haven't gotten it, Killian. And that's a big miss.
Big miss, yeah, but still ahead. 2-5 to 1-7, and there's the half time. And that would be the positive, I suppose, if you're Declan Nash and the lads, that despite hemorrhaging in the last 10 to 12 minutes, subsequently, they are still ahead here. But he needs to get the heads and bang heads here now together and get a similar kind of reaction at the start of the second half that he got at the first. They looked like they were out the gap here, and as I said, maybe with a hand on the trophy, 2-5 to 2 points. But you've got to credit TUD how they've just got the grips of it. It's been the Roisin McCormack show. 2 points from frees. Just maybe start in to let them maybe settle into the game. But the goal, the bit of skill down to set it up, and I'm sure we'll see it on the highlights package here. Popping the ball over the defender. I know Megan had a swipe at it inside. Ball nestles in the back of the net. Probably Megan had the swipe put off Sinead Farrell in the goal, but the ball trickles in the back of the net, and they've just built on it since. But I have to credit Gabby Couch, Niamh Keenahan. They've just kind of drawn a line here now. They've been backed up ably. I have to say, really, Orla Sinnott been really impressed by her. Claire Gannon as well. They've just put the squeeze on, and as I said, Susie Delaney, Emer McGrath, Casey Hennessy, they were like all-stars in there in the first half, the way the ball in the first quarter, how the ball was falling for them, and you were thinking how much more are they going to put up here on the scoreboard. You could be thinking this game could be over at half time. They haven't felt the ball, and I said they're nearly like to have frostbite in there now because they haven't been able to feel the weight of it. So Declan's probably got to get their heads together. Bill is probably saying to the girls now, right, let's get ourselves started. Let's not start the second half like we started the first. And I think, Darren, with 10 minutes to go here, we could be right in the melting pot and, enthralled by this encounter. But you will really have to get the heads together now.
Yeah, they do indeed, but it's been a half of 2 quarters, as you touched on there as well. One of 2 quarters it's been goals from Susie Delaney and Emer McGrath, giving UL a 2-5 to 2 points advantage, but the champions come storming back into the game, led by the goal from Roisin McCormack on 19 minutes, and it's a 1-point ball game here at half time. The 2 teams are just getting themselves organised near us here in the commentary box. We're going to take our leave for the next 5 or 10 minutes, but don't go away. We'll be back for live coverage of the second half of this Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final of 2024. Regardless what way the 2 quarters have gone, it's a tight contest. There's only 1 point in it. UL have the advantage, but TU Dublin are back. The half-time score, University of Limerick 2-5, TU Dublin 1-7. Good afternoon, thank you very much, and welcome back here to the University of Galway Connacht GA Air Dome as we get ready for the start of the second half of the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup of 2024. And if you're with us for the first half, and we hope you were, a tale of two quarters, but a contest set up brilliantly. It's 2-5 to UL. They'll attack the goal to the left in the second half. TU Dublin, the defending champions, a point down, attack the goal to the right, and we'll have a look and see if there's any changes in a moment. But it's Gabby Couch on the move again for TU Dublin, playing the pass down with an important interception there from Sharon Shanahan for University of Limerick. Holds the ball up for Alva Larkin, and Alva Larkin running into Orla Sennett there, and again Claire Gannon with the ball. The space opens up here in the attack for Sarah Barkow. What can she do with it? She turns to the left hand side, she sees someone going in, sneaking inside. It's a ball of the jersey. It's as close to a professional foul as you're going to get in Camogie. Kerry Finnegan is fouled, free in for the Dublin team.
Yeah, Kerry, bit of a high pass, but Kerry, a tall girl, was able to get up there, reach over the UL defenders and claim that ball, as you can see here, working out. And then, as you said, cynical foul, but it probably was needed, because if she had stepped inside, she was in a one-on-one situation, and foul committed there, free in.
So the free in here for TU Dublin, and Roisin McCormick should level the teams for the first time in this game. She does. 1 minute into the second half, the sides are level. Roisin McCormick with the free, won by Kerry Finnegan, but even Kelly needs to say that, well, we don't like to see it at times. If we were managing a team, we'd want them to do the same thing.
Absolutely, because you're in an All-Ireland final, you want to win it. You do everything to make sure that there wasn't going to be something big scored there, and it's a point level game as we were at the start of the game. But here's a chance then for UL at the other end.
Yeah, Mairead O'Brien, she has the advantage. She might go herself. Mairead O'Brien for UL, a shot, a goal!
What a goal!
A goal for University of Limerick, and what a way to come storming back into the match. 3-5 to 1-8.
I was just looking at the bench here. Every one of them leapt on unison. That's a big relief for them. But credit Mairead O'Brien. Look to her right, no one there, and elect here. I have to go myself. Beat 4 or 5 TUD players to put that ball in the back of the net. Their first score, Darren, I think, since the 13th minute or thereabouts.
13 minutes. It's like 19 minutes plus injury time since they scored. Definitely over 20 minutes. TU Dublin, how much is that goal going to affect them after they've clawed themselves back into a game that they trailed by 9 points at one stage, got themselves back level, and just like that, University of Limerick hit another blow. Mairead O'Brien had the advantage. She didn't need the advantage. She puts the ball into the back of the net. 14 points to 11 in anyone's language, and TU Dublin, you would feel this stage, would need the next score. Are we going to have another half of 2 quarters? We will see. Alva Larkin comes out the fields, gives the pass off to her left. That pass to Sarah McCartan, and Sarah McCartan down the fields, and Mairead O'Brien, she put in a good shift yesterday in the semi-final. She did a lot of work for other people. Great for her to see her get her goal.
Yeah, and just Claire Kingston is the one that has been replaced there at half-time. Just waiting to see the number that is in, but she's off the field of play there for UL. But isn't it the swings and roundabouts, Darren? We were talking about TUD, getting the score. They got the score, and you're thinking then they're going to be able to kick on and build on here, and ultimately the goal has swung it all over the place again. 3-5 to 1-8. Again, still going to be a tight enough encounter here.
Stephanie Wolf, the number 7, is the player that has come on at half-time. We thought she was starting the game, but no, she comes on to replace Claire Kingston as Killian just picked out there, and we have played 3 minutes of the second half. Let's quickly run through the scores. Emer McGrath with 1-2 for UL, 1-1 for Susie Delaney. That goal there from Mairead O'Brien. Points as well for Cueva Cahill and for Casey Hennessy. TU Dublin, all bar one score coming from Roisin McCormick. She has scored 1-7. The other point by Niamh Keenahan. This is the white helmet of TU Dublin, sending the ball down towards the goal. Just sucked a bit of energy out of TU Dublin as they tried to recover from conceding that goal. Mairead O'Brien has lifted up in this All-Ireland final, and we were talking earlier on about the similarities, or comparing the semi-final against UCC. UL kind of needed to get their act together at half-time in that game. They've gotten their act together here. They're on the move again. Sarah Madden gets closer to the goal, tries to give the pass off. Emer McGrath, a shot, a goal! A goal for UL, Emer McGrath, and the beauty of that, Killian, was the way she got it, stroked it into the back of the net.
Yeah, it was a lovely move again, but ball just let it hop, took it in control, and keep her rushing out, but not a whole lot that Claire McNamara could do about that one, but expertly taken. And here we are, started the second half the very same way it started the first half, and the push out. TUD climbed the mountain, now they have to climb it again.
And they had to take their time climbing the mountain. 4-5 to 1-8. All of a sudden, there's 6 between them. Katie McDonald's, the advantage has been given for the foul on Katie McDonald's, and so we're going back for the 45, and no different to the conversations we're having about UL shortly. TU Dublin just need a score, pick themselves up, get going again. They did it the last time, they got themselves back into it, and there is still 25 minutes plus of camogie remaining here.
But isn't it mad to think that they need the score now again just to settle things back down, for the start of the second half, or else, it starts getting a psychological battle then as well as a physical one.
Yeah, it felt like they were winning by -1 point at half time.
Yes.
They're 5 points down here at the moment, but Roisin McCormick is doing her piece for the team. She puts the ball over the bar from the left hand side, 1-9 to 4-5.
Yeah, 1-8 of that now from Roisin McCormick. It definitely was turning into her final, but the goals, Emer McGrath definitely stand out there now with 2-2 as well. Mairead O'Brien started to come into the game there, started the second half, got her goal, but it's been a lot of good things as well. Declan Nash definitely had strong words. A lot more pep in their step, Darren, considering the last quarter of the first half.
Yeah, but they put in a great third quarter yesterday against UCC, which probably led to the turning of the game, even though UCC, they get themselves back in level terms before the finish. Mairead O'Brien, there with the ball. 2 players go for it from the same team. Casey Hennessy is the other. She won it, swings the ball back to the middle of the field as they try and set up a scoring opportunity. Stephanie Wolf just on the field of play, not to be on this occasion, and that ball goes to the left and wide.
So a
good pass from Alva Larkin.
Need her second wide there, and they set that up again with the pressure was on. TUD now looking to introduce substitutes here to try and rectify whatever is going wrong they feel out there.
Julia Buckley did come off the bench to help them yesterday. She plays for the Kilmacud Crokes team in Dublin, and she is coming on for Susie Delaney. Susie has scored 1-1 in this game. I'm mixing up the teams, my apologies. Katie McDonald's. That's the first time I've done that today now, so it's but Katie McDonald goes off the number 13. Susie Delaney from UL is on the field of play, but this is Niamh Keenan with the pass towards Emma Minogue. It has to be fully won over. It has now, and a shot at the post from Sian Spillane, and Sian Spillane puts it over the bar. And there's 6 between them again. 7 minutes gone in the second half. Good work from Casey Hennessy there to put off TU Dublin, and Sian did the rest.
Yeah, gegenpressing again, Darren, for one use of a better term, but the UL forwards who really weren't in the game in the last 10 to 15 of the first half, putting the pressure on there. An opportunity that TUD should have cleared, and Diane, in fairness to her, doing Trojan work to ultimately turn over the ball and get it popping on the score over the bar. And as you said, look at the gap, and here they go again.
Here they go again, because Casey Hennessy passes it to Mairead O'Brien. She's in. Surely it's another goal. It's a goal for UL. And Mairead O'Brien. And what a pass from Casey Hennessy. What a first touch from Mairead O'Brien. Back in the net, 5-6 to 1-9.
They're definitely taking out the hurt, Darren. Whatever they suffered in that last quarter, taking it out now, and it's not a case of tapping them over the bar. They're looking to put this game beyond doubt here, and as I said, now it is a big climb now for TUD to come charging again. But look, they've done it once. They have a good psychological battle. They had to battle all the way to extra time last year. Don't doubt TUD will give it all here to the end now.
Oh, they'll throw everything to the end of this game, as you'd expect them to do. Kerry Finnegan winning a free there again, but if this margin stays in UL, they regain back the Ashburn Cup, Killian. It's going to be very, very hard to argue against who the player of the match will be. 2 changes coming up.
Yeah, it looks like Lorna McNamara from the Fecal Killeen Club in Clare is coming in, and also I think maybe coming in is Quiva Lyons. And sure, what a player to be bringing in as well. Quiva, we know her ability with Limerick, as Roisin McCormick taps over another point out there. But Declan Nash putting in fresh legs, and in no way weakening his team here.
No, he knows himself too that they have to have something in the tank there to bring this home. So 19 and 20 are coming on for UL. We just confirm, I think we're right this time with Susie Delaney being one of the players.
Yeah.
Susie Delaney just confirmed there as well. I'm just watching.
It looks like Mairead O'Brien, I think, is it? Just looking to see the number. might be wrong on the number.
The ball has been poked out there anyway, and we'll watch the action. It was Cueva Cahill.
10, yeah, Cueva
I thought it was Cueva there first, but we weren't too sure. She had a great game yesterday in the semi-final, but I suppose it was just others there that are just having a good moment at the moment, staying on the field of play. But TU Dublin, though, and I think it's fair to say this, they are not 8 points to the Leicester team in this game. They're throwing everything out. The goals from opposite key, 11 scores each, Killian, but it's the 5 goals against 1. Again, looking at Emma Minogue and Gabby Couch working hard around. I think Gabby Couch has gone to ground there at the moment.
Yeah, 5-6 to 1-10 it is, of course, on the board. It might be showing 1-9 on our screen, but 5-6 to 1-10, 11 scores apiece. And, the scenario there, obviously, that just the way you have put the pressure on at the minute, the scenario getting the goals, as you said, Darren, the ease, though, that they've got in for those goals has been part of the problem.
Yeah, but just a correction needed to be done on the scoreboard there at the moment. It's 5-6 to 1-10 is the official score. We'll change that on our screen in just a moment. Free to be taken by TU Dublin. They've got the last score. Roisin McCormick is going for this. Can they get the next one? Just to, again, get themselves back in and not to be. And they've only had like 4 wides in the match. Granted, UL have had 2, but you just feel every single wide they've had, it was the score that they needed.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate now that you would think, how the battle has changed very, very easy. You've got 5 goals, you expect now to be winning the game. TUD have to come so hard, and you feel every attack now is going to have to be resulting in a score, Darren.
Alva Larkin with the ball there, and we just jump back there. Orla Gray with the touch for TU Dublin. It's going to be a sideline cut for University of Limerick, and it'll be Alva Larkin from Mungret St. Paul's in Limerick who will restart the action.
We're a little bit spooked up here in the commentary box since Fiona Ryan tried to take you out, Darren.
The Ballinderry sniper, I think I'll call her from here on in. Gary Finnegan with the shot at the post for TU Dublin. It's batted down, and you could see there Megan Dowdall coming in. I think the referee had spotted a foul beforehand, but Emer Lookman had to be alert there as well to make sure that that didn't become more. So I think TU Dublin will have a free in, and again, they just want to get a couple of points, get it back down to 6. Who knows what can happen, because we still haven't reached the end of the third quarter of this game. Roisin McCormick, as Killian said, 1-9 in this game so far, getting ready to bring her white flags to double digits to go along with her goal. Roisin McCormick with the free, puts the ball over the bar. 12 minutes gone. It's 1-11 to 5-6.
Yeah, and it was around this time now in the first half that Roisin McCormick started to dictate matters, and the game turned back in TUD's favour. There's an injury to a UL player down there, so we have a little bit of a pause, Darren, I would imagine. But again, you would just feel, TUD going to have to take the opportunity if it presents themselves and take it well. If I was the lads down here from TUD down here in front of us, it was just the concern would be the ease that UL got in for those goals. And Mairead O'Brien has had a significant start to the second half, and she was involved in an awful lot of good play. But the pass that she got from Casey Hennessy as well for that second goal, phenomenal bits of skill. And I just think, Darren, as I said to you, the hurt of last year, not being able to achieve, few years since they won an Ashburn Cup, UL want to get back to the top table again and claiming the trophy. And I just think, it's not a case of just win this game. They want to win it substantially, because I think they just feel they owe it to themselves, and maybe a group of players, of course, that missed out on an Ashburn Cup victory last year that are obviously no longer with the team.
No, and we've seen many of them here over the weekend cheering on their respective former alma maters, dare I say, or county colleagues that are representing different groups. Here they come again. The pass down the direction of Sarah Madden. If she got the first touch right, she was in. See Anne Spillane coming back in to help out in TU Dublin. Win the ball through Emma Minogue in the yellow helmet. Emma Minogue puts the ball into space. She's hopeful that one of her teammates will be on it, and one is, and her name is Roisin McCormick. And Roisin McCormick trying to get away from Stephanie Wolfe, looks around for the options, sends the ball down the field. An important interception there from Rachel Walsh, but it will restart for TU Dublin, and it looks like, will it be Kerry Finnegan to get us going again in the number 10 jersey? Didn't get the touch in that she wanted, but was able to hold the ground for Roisin McCormick. Rachel Walsh there again, another player that has worked so hard for UL over the 2 days as well. She set up a number of points in yesterday's semi-final against UCC, and she's starting to gain more influence in this game.
Yeah, a lot of influence now with certain players starting to step up. But McCormick, again, she's really trying to drag this team along here. When you're knocking over the frees as well. But she's contributing so much off the ball, trying to get involved, trying to, as I said, just get the to psychologically kick themselves back into this game, because as you said, Darren, scores, it's quite close, because TUD have 12 to as regards UL's 11, but the goals are the difference. But TUD probably need to find the back of the onion sack, you would feel now, Darren, in the next couple of minutes, if they were to somehow snatch this.
If they get the next point, get it down to 6, then you feel they're getting gradually back into the game. Not going to happen there on that occasion for Kerry Finnegan. The ball goes out to the right and wide.
Yeah, but look at where she was taking that shot on from. Maybe not great, but in fairness, UL are keeping, that central area now in front of the goals. TUD are not going to get in that easy. They're going to have to work bloody hard, and that's definitely one thing they've corrected at half time.
Foul committed there. I just think Killian, based on the games we've seen, we've been spoiled with some great scores from those acute right angles over the many games we have watched here in the University of Galway Connacht GA Airdome over this weekend. And well done to all the winners that have won All-Ireland titles this weekend. We take of Marino Institute, who won the Aisling Murphy Cup yesterday, and University of Limerick, who won the Corn in Welagon last night. And even here today, that we got a chance to watch Queen's University of Belfast win the Father Maher, and University of Galway winning the Purcell Cup. And who will be the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup champions? You'll be betting on UL at the moment. You'll be betting on Lorna McNamara, and Lorna McNamara puts the ball over the bar, keeping the Limerick College clear as we enter the final quarter.
Yeah, and that's a key score as well. You see the substitutes that have come on making a difference, getting the ball over the bar. It's good for the rest of the team, and decision making, tactics and everything like that Declan Nash has obviously employed when you see players coming in and lifting things from the bench also, and pushing that lead out even further.
Alva Larkin back helping out our half-back line, but TU Dublin putting on the press there, as Killian has said before, on the 45-metre line. Can they turn the ball over? No, says UL as they bring it up the field. Casey Hennessy thought she had it. She doesn't have it and leaves it off there for Gabby Couch. Gabby Couch going to go for a shot at the post herself. Maybe drop a ball down for Megan Dowdle. The UL defence just getting in the way. Emer Lokman as tight, as tenacious as a defender you will see. We love watching her playing for Tipperary, but even this weekend, the way she's thrown her body in at times, stopped 2 goals yesterday and made sure Megan Dowdle wasn't going to get her hands in that ball.
Yeah, but credit Megan Dowdle for not giving up on the scenario either, and was able to get her body in there in front of that and win that free. But yeah, tenacious defensive duty as well, but credit Megan in trying to make it easy here on getting this. And looks like Ellie Young is coming in for TUD, and see maybe can she work something in the next couple of minutes.
She's up for Sarah Barco.
Sarah Barco.
Sarah Barco off the field to play there, and Ellie Young, who was instrumental in helping TU Dublin push out against TCU in the closing stages. This is a free.
There, I think, for UL being called as well. Roisin McCormick looking to the line here. Was she wondering maybe should she go for this below the crossbar?
I don't know if we're there yet, but we're not that far away. Ellen Casey, Roisin McCormick just put it over the bar. Ellen Casey is the player that comes on for University of Limerick. We'll tell you, goes off at the moment. 5-7 to 112, 22 points to 15. The point or the sticker twist for TU Dublin will come very, very shortly.
Yeah, you'd imagine. But again, they haven't been getting clear opportunities in front of goal. So I would think if there's a chance for Roisin McCormick from a dead ball situation anywhere close in front of goal in the next few minutes, she's probably going to have to think about sticking it in the onion sack. But the ball breaks over on the far side. You will building again, and you will feel if they can keep TUD now at arm's length, Darren, they'll be able to see this home.
Yes, sorry, just doing a count there because Sarah Madden was going off the field, but she didn't, so we'll confirm it went off in a moment. But it is only 15 UL players on the field to play. One of them is Sarah McCartan, gives the ball to Sarah Madden. Sarah Madden was fouled in the process, wins the free, and a chance for UL just to slow it down for a few minutes and take their chance to try and build their lead, or even take the energy out of any potential comeback for TU Dublin. Emer McGrath is going to take this. You can hear there the TU Dublin players encouraging their team. They will not give up their title until the final whistle is blown, and why would they? Emer McGrath with the free. It's going to be close. It's not to be. The umpire shakes the head. I have to say, he's one of the best umpires to read in the game, because he gives a head signal before he goes for the flag or to wave a wide, so you nearly know straight away what the decision is.
Yeah, I remember being an umpire once and we were told to stop doing that, Darren, but anyway, he's given the nod there with regards, and it's helping us anyway here as we make the calls on some of these tight ones as Emer Graham knocks it down into the corner here, and UL, haven't taken the foot off the gas. So it was, as we said, in the first half they were probably guilty of that, but they're keeping hunting here, 2 back, maybe wides now in a row, but they're not giving TUD kind of an inch here to be able to get into this game.
No, they're not indeed, as play continues on out the field, and it's gone out over the line, and UL there just will happy enough to keep the ball down that end of the field.
The scenario again, as I said, it's just the pressure that half forward line from a UL point of view have put on the play, that TUD just haven't been able to get a foothold that they did have in the first half around the middle.
So the referee gives the free there, so it's going to be a free out. So quickly taken there by Emma Minogue down the field there, looking to get on one of the attackers, but the ball just won't bounce for Megan Dowdle in this game, and one of the reasons it won't bounce because Emer Lokeman won't let it bounce for her. TU Dublin have the ball back. This is Orla Sennett. Orla Sennett goes for a score. It's one they need, into the hands of the goalkeeper Sinead Farrell. Sinead Farrell with the short one to Emer Lokeman, and Emer Lokeman will try and bring it up the field.
Delivered long well there by Stephanie Wolfe, of course, that came on there in the second half. Just looking at Rachel Walsh about to come back in as well, waiting to get her break and play here to get back in, of course, the blood sub.
Yeah, Rachel Walsh there as well had gone off. That's the player I was missing for the moment. That was the blood sub there that came on. Here's the opportunity for Cueva Lyons, and Cueva Lyons puts it over the bar. We're inside the final 10 minutes of the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final. There's plenty of action going on the line, because I can see that Aveen Barry has come on the field to play, but we'll mark down the score first.
Alva Larkin is off.
Alva Larkin, I think, actually was originally meant to go off instead on the field to play for Rachel Lyons, and they're going off the field as Ellen Casey as well. So I'm just trying to keep up with all this. Yeah. So it's 22 for 8. Aveen Barry for Alva Larkin, and Ellen Casey has gone back off to let Rachel Walsh on. Yeah. I hope you can keep up with that wherever in the world you are watching this game, but we want to make sure we give you
they
all
the information. They never think of the poor old commentator, huh?
Oh no, we're not just here to sit back, relax and talk about camogie. We want to keep you up to date with all the action. 9 minutes to go. There is 8 points between the teams. 5-8 to 112. 23 points to 115. Anna Sullivan coming on now for TU Dublin.
TUD bringing in number 19 Anna Sullivan there from the St Vincent's Club, but they've had to hold up the action. She won't get in just for a minute.
Not just yet there, and the other number 19, Lorna McNamara, won't let her in anytime soon because she gives it to Anya Keane. Anya Keane down towards the corner. Here's Cueva again. Cueva Lyons going for another effort. That goes to the right and wide. UL won't mind these wides now.
No, because keeping the ball down that end of the field and keeping the UL or the TUD backs and goalkeeper busy down that end, because that was the problem, Darren, in the first half. Second quarter, they just couldn't get the ball beyond the halfway line. They've made sure to just keep peppering ball in there and see what happens, and you know what, they've done quite well obviously in the start. It's probably the tempo of the game has probably dropped that little bit now, because you will have such a commanding lead. TUD suffering to get that ball into their forwards and get something else out of it. Apart from Roisin McCormick, they've got very, very little change out of the UL backs.
Killian just looking there, because even in that second quarter, how TU Dublin completely dominated the middle third. They have to try and find a way to do that again in the last 10 minutes. But as you said there, we're at the point now we need at least one goal. We'll probably need at least 2 goals for TU Dublin if they're going to save this game. How do they do it? Because they can't just leave it to Megan Dowdle on their own up there.
No, and I think Megan Dowdle probably, I see her bandage here. She's carrying a bit of a knock, expecting an awful lot of her.
Too.
Yeah, I think expecting a lot of her now. Megan, if she is carrying that knock, you can't be expecting her to make 40-yard runs or whatever to try and get possession. She's trying to do that there and win that ball, and she's a big, robust, tenacious player who's going to be able to try and fight her way, but she's had very little support, Darren, and that's been the problem. I think UL have shut down that support. I'd be putting Megan in on the edge of the square, but you need someone else to step up. McCormick is there, she's doing the bit that she can. It's up to the other 4 then to be involved in the action, and unfortunately UL have them tied up.
Anya Keane restarts the action with a long range free. It's Mairead O'Brien, she's on a hat-trick. Can she get the chance to take it? Had the collision with the player, the referee says play on. Mairead O'Brien puts the ball over the bar, and it's another score for her. Has really stood out, especially in the second half. The number 12 on your screen, 5-9 to 112.
Yeah, and when you look at the spread of scores down there from, your 12, 13, 14, 15, all contributing major scores. Mairead O'Brien, what a second half. It was her goal ultimately that, just gave UL a sight that they could lift. I'd say it's some of the pressure that was on the shoulders after conceding the point that saw TUD get level with the first score of the second half, and then when she followed up with the second, fabulous effort.
They're cheering her in Waterford, they're cheering her in Limerick, they're cheering this player as well on the move. Aveen Barry from Kinfarra in Galway. That goes to the left and wide for her, but there's like 9 points between the teams. Looking at the clock, 6 minutes plus injury time. TU Dublin need to do something quickly. They've found ways to do it before when they had to. Anna Sullivan wins the free. We're going to go back. And a bit of frustration there inside because Megan Dowdland, you can just see the way she limped there after running to win the ball and didn't realise she's not getting the advantage.
There is a strap on kind of below her right knee. It probably is the calf, and on a surface like this it's great to have it, but I would imagine Darren, the legs are starting to suffer, I would imagine, for lots of players out there, and especially with the games some of them have played, and 2 games in quick succession over the weekend also. And
intense games there were as well. Roisin McCormick goes for the free, and that's gone wide, and it's not happening for them at the critical time in the game. We're not ready to declare the results yet. We did that once already and it nearly went against us, but I have a feeling like in the next couple of minutes TU Dublin have to at least have a green flag or this is done.
Well, they have to, and they're going to have to just go for broke now at this stage, Darren. But again, you have to credit UL. They've just put the ball in pockets, keeping it wide, getting players on position, and even if they don't get a score off it, they're keeping TUD pinned back in this kind of situation. That's the reason why TUD got back into the game. UL took their foot off the pedal. There's no question about that. TUD obviously stepped up as well, but they're starting to express themselves further down the field and not allowing TUD to get a handle on this game.
It looked like TUD had timed the run perfectly and got themselves back into the game in the second quarter, and even at half time when they trailed by a point, you would have still been fancying the defending champions to get the job done. We'll see what they can do here at the moment. Megan Dowdland, the ball just wouldn't come up for her on that occasion, and she was put under pressure by Sarah McCartan among others as well. But it's the goals, Killian, as you said there yourself, and the 3 goals, the 2 from Mairead O'Brien, the second one there for Emer McGrath as well, completely flipped this Ashburn Cup final on its head, and it looks like it's going to be enough to get the job done.
Well, you had 3 goals in the opening 8 minutes of the second half, and that was the killing factor, and all you had ultimately in response from TUD was 2 points, and that as I said to you, I just think the hurt of last year and the fact that they haven't won in Ashburn in since 2020, I think, I know teams don't carry and they don't say they're doing it for anything, but there has to be a little bit of something in the dressing room that would motivate them to kind of get a win here.
And Megan Dowdland, I was just going to jump in there. It looked like she was going to get the space for a shot, and again Emer Lokman, as tight to her, threw her body in the way of any potential shot there. Wasn't letting her pass in this game. UL, they let one goal slip. They will not let another one go. That being said, TU Dublin are not going to give up 3.5 minutes. Can TU Dublin get the goal?
They need a goal here.
Get them back in here. This is the moment. The shot. Win for the point. I know you take your points, but an angle like that, I think you should have just driven that low and see what happens.
Absolutely, across the square, coming in at the angle that they were. Anything could happen. You aim for that far post, and it comes back off it, like we saw with UL in the first half. A ball could be tapped to the back of the net, but you have to credit to Declan Nash and the lads here. They kind of sorted things out at half time, Darren. But look at it, ultimately, if you were to break down the 2 teams here, I just think you will have had that little bit of class in different areas around the field at key moments that TUD didn't have a forward that was able to find the back of the net on a regular enough basis. Yes, they have class actors, no question about it, in Roisin McCormick, but she needed backup, and Megan Dowdall carrying a knock, you needed someone else maybe to step in here, and that hasn't happened.
We just inside the final 3 minutes of this game, and it's University of Limerick 5-9, TU Dublin 112. This to go 10 points clear. The 10-time champions, Emer McGrath, getting ready to take this free. We'll have more changes coming, but we'll watch the free from Emer McGrath first. The ball has gone over the bar. Just over 2 minutes remaining, and I think, Killian, it's safe to say now that the Ashburn Cup is heading back to Limerick.
Yeah, it's back to Limerick for the first time since 2020 at 5-10 to 112. It's going to need superhuman effort from TUD, and I'm sure they'll be despondent after winning their first Ashburn last year in the manner obviously that they did, getting into extra time and taking it against UCC. But just I have to say, the second half, UL have just been a different class, and just a few players in different positions. Darren really stepped up. Mairead O'Brien, obviously, Emer McGrath at different stages, and Cyan chipped in there with a point, and a couple of subs as well chipping in, getting a point as well, Darren. That makes the difference. Fortunately for TUD, just didn't get enough of a lift from a number of their players. And again, I think it comes back to the fact that playing games of high level nature, quick succession, maybe just hurt some of the bodies out there. Just unfortunately, I think they didn't have enough support for Roisin McCormack.
No, they didn't do as well, and I suppose Megan Dowdall too was left isolated inside, and the ball just wouldn't bounce for her as well. They still won't give up until the final whistle goes, but we are just over a minute of normal time here remaining, and what a story it is for University of Limerick. After missing out on the Ashburn Cup final weekend last year, they're going to be the champions in 2024 when the final whistle goes, unless TU Dublin can throw a couple of goals here and make it very, very interesting in the closing stages. No doubt Mary McKillen from Lochiel in Antrim will have a go at doing that when she comes on the field of play. She'll be on there shortly. Jennifer Moore came on for TU Dublin a few minutes ago. First Sarah Power down the far side of the fields, and TU Dublin moved the ball up the fields. Emma Minogue's there as well, and now Mary McKillen comes on the field of play. 30 seconds of normal time remaining here in this match. We'll keep an eye. The officials might give us an idea how much added time will be played when they get the confirmation. The substitution has happened, and I'm not too sure if the players come off or gone up the far side of the field, but either way we'll watch the action here, and we're watching Zian Spillane down in towards the house, down for Cueva Lines for another score. It's gone over the bar. They are moments away from their 11th title, and they've just gone 11 points clear.
But again, you're able to bring on someone like Cueva Lines down that had so much inter-county experience, and she just has to, when she gets an opportunity, flash it over the bar, and it's another nail in the coffin, and it's a hard road to take, but that's maybe been the difference. UL have just had a spread of scores, and then one's able to come in off the bench, and here to go again.
Are we going to finish with a flourish? This is Casey Hennessy. She did a lot of work at the start of the match. Casey to finish it off with a goal. It's a goal for UL. Game, set, match, championship. Casey Hennessy gets the 6th goal. We've lots of predictions coming in here today, Killian. I don't think any of us saw one team scoring 6 goals.
No, and there it is. Colin McAllister has seen enough. Didn't play a whole lot of injury time. I don't think he needed to worry about it, because out the gap, 6-11 to 1-12 there, the full-time score. It turns out Casey Hennessy fully deserving of that goal there. There's no credit about it, because she put in a Trojan amount of effort, but that is some return from your forward division, and that ultimately, Darren, is the difference here. TUD just unfortunately too reliable on Roisin McCormack. They needed other things to happen for them, and it just didn't bounce. They got back level, don't forget, the start of the second half, and you were thinking here, wow, they just now need to push and drive here again, but instead the ball worked its way down the field, and Mairead O'Brien, the next score in the game, was a goal, and after that UL just didn't let go. They got their hands around the throat, and by God did they keep pushing.
We'll talk about top players in a moment. Of course, we're not making the official pick of player of the match, but as soon as we get word there the presentation has happened, we will stop. I want to ask you a question about TU Dublin just for a moment, in case we don't get a chance. Look, they're great champions. What they've done over the last couple of years under Bill McCormack, some wonderful players. Some of them are near us here in the commentary box, and will be upset at the moment, and understandably so, when a game goes against you completely like that. But they never gave up. The goals were the big thing. 6 goals against 1. It's a day that just went in for UL. They wouldn't happen for TU Dublin, but while some players will move on as they finish in college, no doubt TU Dublin will be knocking on the door trying to get the Ashburn back next year.
Yeah, there's no question. And look, there's not going to be an opportunity, like there's lots of players there, I'm sure, as you said, will move on, but there's those who've got experience as well, Darren, and like win a Purcell, win the Ashburn, and then you're in the Ashburn final the following year. That's a phenomenal effort, TUD. I'm sure they'll be sore now and hard luck going back, of course, to Dublin with that, but it's phenomenal what has happened in Grangegorman since they kind of united the campus there and brought the players together. I think they just have an identity, and now I think it's something that TUD is now a place where if girls are playing camogie, they can seriously consider that if I go there, I'm going to be challenging for an Ashburn, and it's good competition for UCD and DCU within the city for that. But, you know, UL 10-time champions, probably some people kind of would have been concerned about, you know, have their standards slipped or anything like that. Just goes to show you there's been a few of the older stages, for want of a better term, have moved on, but they have a crew now that have come through there that are staking a claim that UL, well, they're not going to be, you know, denied of that's their 11th Ashburn now in obviously in recent time, that they're going to be there and going to be ones to be knocked off. But TUD, no disgrace down. The last couple of years, everything has worked so well for them. Probably a phenomenal run when you go from Purcell straight into the Ashburn and then hit the ground running and ultimately come away with the Ashburn. That'll never be taken from them. It'll lie in their history books, and those who made history will be fondly remembered. Some of those were out there today. It's going to be a hard one to take, but UL just probably had that little bit more class in certain quarters down, and when you consider what was achieved in the forward line for them, the scores that were taken, great credit to UL. But hats off to TUD. They were worthy Ashburn champions.
Were the Ashburn champions. TUD were last year, UL are this year. We're going to take a break from the commentary box, but don't go away, because we can see the presentation party are down there as well. So which colours we'll be getting the presentation there to UL. You can see them celebrating there in the middle, and afterwards then we will be hearing from the winning camp. We'll be talking to the captains, talking to the player of the match, and of course the management team as well. And then myself and Killian will wrap up our weekend coverage here on the Electric Ireland YouTube channel. What a weekend it's been, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. There's the result on your screen. What a margin it was. University of Limerick are the Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup champions of 2024, and we'll have the presentation in just a couple of moments.
Varsity weekend. On behalf of University of Galway and Connacht GA, I'd like to thank everyone that helped us this weekend in all aspects of preparing for what was a great weekend of camogie at all levels, with 5 championships and 5 championship winners decided here in University of Galway Connacht GA Airdome. Before I just announced the 2 people that have been involved in the presentation of the 2024 Ashburn Cup will be Sean Fitzgerald, chairperson of third level camogie, and Hilda Breslin, chairperson of the Camogie Association. So I hand you over here to Shauna.
Welcome everyone. Just before we hand over the cup and the player of the match, there's just a couple of thank yous that I want to get done just as we finish up our finals today. I suppose the first thank you goes to both the University of Galway and Connacht GA. Without both, this wouldn't have happened today, and to have it in a facility like this is phenomenal and outrageous, to be honest. It's a great facility. Like that shower earlier on would have caused havoc, and it didn't touch us because of this incredible facility and this incredible dome that we have. So a massive thank you needs to go to Connacht GA first and foremost for that. To the University of Galway and everyone involved, particularly to Michael O'Connor and then Sinead and Louise O'Connor as well. I'm not sure if they're around, but a massive thank you to each and every single one of them. They kind of made the running of this very easy, and without them putting their hand up to host, we wouldn't have had a finals weekend here today. And I'd encourage any colleges to put your hand up as well, because it's a phenomenal weekend and a phenomenal festival of camogie. To just a couple of people now, let's bear with me. To Conor Shannon of the Camogie Association, your help with me definitely this year has been I'm beyond grateful for what you've done and the advice that you've given me. The same with Ursula Day. With the two of you, you've never been afraid to answer my calls and answer my questions whenever I needed them, and pulled us out of holes left, right and centre. There's a couple of very important people I'd like to thank as well, is the CCO committee. So we've Emer Coyle, Emer Goland, Amy Farley, Conor Flynn, Emma Hoey, Orla Dunn. Am I missing one? Molly Coulter as well, sorry. Without those girls, we honestly, and the lads as well, they've been absolutely exceptional all year. There was a stage there where we nearly didn't have a committee, and they put their hand up and they came along, and the work they've done has been absolutely phenomenal. Like pitches, referees, fixtures, everything like that doesn't happen just by chance. That happens with everyone in the background doing all the grunt work, I suppose. So a massive appreciation and a massive thank you to each and every single one of you as well. To Electric Ireland for coming on board and sponsoring these competitions. Your help, as I said earlier, has been absolutely brilliant, and we hope to continue that support as well in the future. To Gavin and all the boys that were here this weekend, and to Cahill and to Aaron and to Mike and to everyone, all the referees and all the officials that made these games possible. Massive thank you to you. The standard of refereeing throughout the entire weekend was absolutely exceptional. You're top class referees, and we are honoured to have you on this weekend. To Hilda for joining us both yesterday and today, and to give up your time. I know your time as Uachtar is nearly finished with us, and we've been absolutely grateful for everything you've done over the last couple of years with us, and both at a national level and the other competitions as well. So a massive thank you and congratulations on your career as well. To the teams, so finally, I'm getting there. To the teams, to Entrail as well for all their streaming. Thank you very, very much. To both the teams, so to TUD and to UL. TUD, you were incredible champions last year. You defied the odds last year. Just today wasn't your day. Commiserations to you all. There's nothing I can say to make anything of this better, but a massive congratulations on the year that you put in, and just commiserations as well. To UL, to our new champions for 2024, massive congratulations to each and every single one of you. Again, as I've said in all finals, the work behind the scenes with these teams cannot go unnoticed or unappreciative. So to everyone involved in both TUD and TUL, to managers, selectors, physios, GDOs, your heads of sports, every single one of you played a part in getting these girls here today. So a massive well done and a massive congratulations on your year as well. So I think that's all my thank yous. So without further ado, we're going to start with the player of the match, which is going to be presented by the manager for sponsorship and branding of Electric Ireland. So I am delighted to announce that the Ashburn Cup 2024 player of the match goes to UL's number 12, Mairead O'Brien. And now I call on Uachtar and Hilda Breslin to present the Ashburn Cup for 2024 to our champions UL and their captains, joint captains Sinead O'Keefe and Emer Lukman.
Tá an áthas an current seo a ghlacha son for an Oscar Limni. Oh, girls, it's absolutely incredible. The feeling just to have accomplished this today is just incredible. And I couldn't be prouder to stand here in front of a brilliant bunch of girls who, on and off the field, have just put themselves in the best position possible. The respect we have for you is just second to none. So I'll just start with the thank yous to the CCAO and all the committee. Thank you very much for, again, running this competition. It's just incredible to see the talent across all the teams for such a unique competition. It's just great to be a part of this, and it's definitely something that we'll all remember going forward in our camogie career. So thank you again, and as well for the Camogie Association for continuing to promote the game as well. To NUIG and to Connacht GAA for hosting it here in the Dome. It's just incredible to be even in a facility like this. So we're very privileged to be able to use the facilities here today and yesterday as well. To Cathal and his team of referees and umpires and officials, thank you very much for refereeing the game today. And all over the weekend to all the referees. It's not an easy job, we know, so thank you again. What's next?
I'd just like to start by thanking all the management team. It's absolutely exceptional, the management team. They're good enough to be over any inter-county team. So I'd like to start by thanking Dinny and Declan, and then Murren, Dervla, Marion, Rebecca, and then we've Paul, Aina, we've Kevin, we've Kieran, we've everybody in the background team. We'd like to thank UL Sport as well. They've been absolutely exceptional. Anything we've asked for the year, we've gotten and more. And the weekend, everything has been absolutely looked after. This bunch of girls, it took me 6 years of playing college camogie to get to an Ashburn weekend. I couldn't but thank you. It's been absolutely exceptional. You've been unbelievable. I'll never play with a group of girls like you again. I'd also like to give a shout out to Jennifer Hughes and Sinead. The two of you would have still did play a massive part today. We'd only have loved to have you out there on the field with us as well. So just 3 cheers then as well for TUD. So hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! And happy birthday to Mary. Or Mary.
Hilda's here first.
Go on around me. I am joined by Uachtar and Hilda Breslin in our final function. Hilda, we said we had to mark the occasion and have a word with you. Probably a tinge of sadness for you handing over that trophy.
Yeah, I suppose in some ways, but it was a brilliant match, brilliant performance. UL were spectacular, to be fair. The goals were outstanding. And you know, it's a great game in Connacht, in the brilliant dome and everything. It's a lovely way to finish off camogie, so it is.
lovely way to finish off the college's camogie scene, there's no question about it, but I know you're probably deflecting now a little bit, but I just want to bring it back to yourself though. For the few years now, Hilda, there's obviously been lots of movements in the right direction from a camogie point of view.
Yeah, I think so. Look, the game has changed a lot. It's the speed of the game. You saw it out there today, Killian. Like, they don't give an inch. The game, the speed has moved on. The association has moved on. We're a lot more commercial now, and we've moved. All of that has moved on. So I suppose we came out of COVID. We came out with a bang. We've just got to keep pushing it on, and hopefully integration is on the way, and it's going to change all our lives and all of Gaelic games forever, I think. So these are the keys we'll take out of 3 years.
Yes, and the time that you've been here, obviously there's been a lot, as you said, out of COVID. Camogie Association seem to adapt to that, the opportunity, let's say we're here today streaming, that kind of opening up that avenue to people, but also then, I just think the game, as you can see, the physical nature of it, the rule changes, everything that obviously have helped.
Yeah, look, I think camogie, people off, we're 120 years this year, we're the oldest women's sport. It's something to be really proud of, but what I'm particularly always proud of camogie is that we move on and we adapt. We're not afraid of trying things, and we're certainly not afraid of trying new playing rules, and they have absolutely changed the game completely. The girls are physical, they're doing the strength and the conditioning, and the game is now keeping up with them, and it's about that, it's about the pitch and what's on the pitch, and when we remember that, it's about keeping girls playing in camogie and keeping them in sport, keeping them at every age, from being a club right up to this elite inter-county and elite colleges. If we can just remember, it's a very simple game, as I always said. It's a hurl and a slitter, and it's a very simple game.
Finally, now you're obviously handing over the mantle now to Brian, but I don't think you'll be a stranger among the camogie sector, will you?
I wasn't a stranger before, I won't be a stranger again. So looking forward to a bit of time off.
Well, we wanted to honour the fact, Hilda, that you have been someone who opened streaming obviously to the camogie and everything like that, but also your time as president here today is your final honour, but we want to wish you the best of luck as you step aside from that role, but thank you.
Thanks, Killian.
That's Hilda Breslin joining us. We're going to be joined shortly, I think, by some of the UL management. I'm going to call in Declan Nash to us, and I'll step this side, and Dinny as well with us. Lads, congratulations. A little bit of a monkey off the back, would that be fair enough to say?
Well, sure, look, you can put it that way, I suppose, in terms of our setup and this management team and this group of players. Like, this is all about this year.
Yeah.
Like, UL are really strong in Ashburn Cup all throughout the years, and yes, the cup has been missing out of UL for a number of years, but like, we didn't look on the past. Like, we looked at this group and this group only, and what we could do to get over the line this year.
Declan, a fine group that you have though, like as regards as a management team and everything like that, you just have a core group there that's of leaders as well, but strong within their own counties, but seem to come together under the UL banner very well.
Yeah, I think it's one of the really big things for a college is to try and get that unity and get that group together, and to be fair, they do an awful lot of them themselves. They're an exceptional bunch of girls, and we're really lucky. Well, like we set out, that we would try and leave no stone unturned for them to get them where they deserve to be, but they deserve all the credit. They turn up, they apply themselves, they're a fantastic group of players, and they've got their just awards today.
It was never going to be easy against obviously the reigning champions, and you knew TUD were going to break, and you give them maybe a chink of light and they drove through it. Were you glad to get the half time in a way and still be in front?
Yeah, look, listen, they're in their third final in 3 years. Like, we knew it wasn't going to be easy up here today. They're a phenomenal outfit, really well organised, and they're probably another really good unit and a really solid team. We were potentially looking for half time, to be fair, and once the girls knew what was going on and we had a chance to adjust things in the second half, we were always going to potentially kick on, because that's what we've done in previous games throughout the round. So, but credit to them now, they put it really up to us.
Denny, was it just about the measure then? They get the first score the second half and it's draw game, and you're thinking, God, we need to get something here, but you definitely found it. You get 3 goals in the next 8 minutes then.
Yeah, look, absolutely. The one thing that we've said about all year is that there's never panic going to set in with this group. We've looked at different scenarios, we've planned things in training. Like, ultimately, we have tried to play to a game style, and when things aren't going against us, we still stick to that. We still stick to our principles, and I think when the pressure came to us today and things didn't go our way for a stage in the first half, we revisited things at half time. They got the first score the second half. It looked like they could kick on, but like, that's where we found what we were really about. We got to grips with the game in the middle third in particular, and we got our game back flowing again. The goals today were absolutely massive. It's the first time all year that we've really rattled the net as much, or really actually looked like rattling the net as much. And credit to the players. They took initiative on the pitch, and they made those decisions.
Declan, I made a commentary, I don't know if you'll be listening back to it, but I said that maybe, in the last quarter of the first half, your inside line were probably getting a bit frostbite because the ball just wasn't able to get into them. But by God, they got rid of it fairly quickly in the second half because, took every opportunity, and I'm sure you're glad as well, some of the substitutions you made, they contributed a huge thing as well.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, we are all about being patient. We knew when the ball was going into them that they were going to do damage. To be fair to TUD, they really made a battle in that middle third and prevented us doing what we wanted to do. So there's huge credit to them. But we've said from day one, there's 33 players involved in this panel, and every one of them could take a place on the starting team. And you saw it in the semi-final yesterday against UCC, you saw it again today. The quality that we have that we can bring on is what got us over the line. And the starting 15 know that, and the 33 players know that. Anybody can take the field for this group of players at any given time, and they'll do a job for us.
Well, look, we want to congratulate you, the management team, on bringing the Ashburn Cup back to you. Well, congratulations to you, Declan and Dinny, for joining us. I'll take that off you. You can go off and enjoy the celebrations because we're going to talk to our player of the match, Ray O'Brien. We'll give you that microphone. Congratulations to you.
Thanks, Bill.
Winning the player of the match as well. Describe that in an Ashburn Cup for yourself.
I accept that on behalf of all the team and all the management. I think the work rate the girls put in all year, to be honest, but especially in the last 2 days. It's not easy to play back-to-back matches and 2 tough matches in 2 days, but fair play to them, they pulled it off, and we're delighted.
Delighted, I would imagine, on the fact that things worked out so well for you at the start of the second half. TUD get the first score. Did doubt set in ever at all as regards what was maybe unfolding in front of you?
No, I suppose we started off great. We got, 2 early goals, but then we kind of dipped in our performance. But we needed that half-time break just to stop, reset ourselves and go again, and that we did. So, we're just delighted to finally get over the line.
Now, you admit to me, I didn't ask Dinny or Declan what they said at half-time, but I didn't hear any paint stripping or anything like that, but they probably were reinforcing some of the values that you needed to kind of just take yourselves out of your slumber a little bit.
Yeah, no, look, we were making a few silly mistakes. We started off brilliant, but silly mistakes started slipping in towards the end of the second half, but that's just fatigue as well, I suppose. The girls have a massive effort put in the past 2 days, but they just told us to stay going what we know best, and that's what we've done, and we're just delighted to get the win.
Right, well, you are back at the top table, Ray O'Brien. I'm sure it's going to be enjoyable tonight.
Oh yeah, we'll enjoy this one, don't worry.
I'm sure you will. Well, thanks to Ray O'Brien for joining us, and congratulations to you as our player of the match. I'll take that off you. You can go off and enjoy the scene, and now I think we're going to wrap up with our final interviews here. Of course, the winning captains. Girls, describe that. UL, of course, as we know in recent times, would have been at the top table so often. It's been a while since you had the Ashburn Cup visit UL. Now you're the ones that are bringing it back.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. I think it's been 6 years maybe before they've done a 5 in a row before us, and there's only one panel member that was actually on it at the time. She's back doing her masters now, so none of us have that feeling. None of us know what it's like to be winning Ashburn. When I was I'm 4th year now. First year we had COVID, second year didn't do as well as we hoped. Last year then we had a bit of disappointment, and just this year now to get over the line, it's unbelievable, it's undescribable.
Can I ask you, did last year play any little bit of a factor? Just with this panel, the management are probably not going to admit it, but do you think that little bit of disappointment last year might have driven you a bit more this year?
It was probably a lovely place to start this year. We started back up in UCD. We ended last year sitting on the fence. We certainly didn't sit on the fence for any of this year from our point of view, but was it in our minds today? We were probably playing for the likes of Sinead and Jennifer, who were injured more than what happened last year.
But when you walk around the UL campus, I'm sure it's a reminder of the amount of times Ashburn are there, and you probably have players that you would have soldiered with and against, obviously, in your counties and stuff like that. There obviously has to be that drive to win. We want to win one as well. You're probably fed up hearing it from them.
I suppose that every time you step out into the pitch, you just want to win. You play in the games, you want to win and you want to play, and you love it. There's players that's gone before us that have all stars now. They've all won All Irelands with their own county teams. But even just being involved in a competition, even a team like this in UL, you have county stars from every county, from across Galway, Tip, Limerick, Kilkenny, Dublin, Laois, wherever. So just to be involved, it's just incredible, and to play against even a calibre of players like this, and then to go back, I suppose, to your counties and play against them then again is something different in its own mind. But yeah, it's just brilliant.
Emer, can I ask you though, how do you bring that county or club spirit to UL? What's made it kind of, because you have a huge bond there, the Group E?
Everybody buys in. From the word go, everybody buys in. Everybody has your back. From what we did during the week, from what we've done for the last 5 or 6 months, everybody has your back on and off the field. I think that's the absolute biggest thing.
And I think as well, even just sitting in the dressing room and you just sit there and you look around, you're like, I wouldn't want to be in any other team, and that's the beauty of it.
Okay. Yeah. And the competition then as a whole, it just seemed to fall for you a little bit this year. You got great momentum, and then you come to this weekend and put 2 big performances back to back.
Yeah, I suppose the College Camogie, you can never count your chickens before they hatch. Like, anything can happen, and you've seen that yesterday in the boat matches, and you've seen it today. Like, we had a great first 15 minutes, and TUD took over for the second 15 minutes of the first half. So you can't count on anything. Like, you just have to trust in your instinct, trust your gut, and just play as a team. It really does come down to the team at the end of the day.
Right, well, congratulations to both of you. You have your names on the wall now. You've brought the Ashburn back to you well. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks indeed. Sinead O'Keefe and Emer Lockman join us here. Darren will wrap it up, because I think someone is trying to tell us to get the hell out of here.
Well, Gillian, I have to say it's a great irony, isn't it, that Electric Ireland is sponsoring this weekend and somebody's turning off the power.
Absolutely.
I don't think our sponsors will mind us cracking that joke, but it's the first things first. Will Electric Ireland, they're doing some social media over there at the moment as well. Fair play to them for supporting and sponsoring this weekend of activity, because I know we'll talk about the game in a moment and wrap up the weekend, but you have to say one thing: we've been treated to a spectacle of camogie action, not just in the live stream games we got to see here in the Dome, but even around the grounds as well. And you can even see, as you were talking to some of the UL players there, as what it means to them to be All-Ireland champions.
Yeah, and great credit to them. UL, as we said, a queen pin, whatever you want to call it, the Ashburn over the years. The scenario for them is that they needed to get back there probably and take a victory. You would imagine, because 4 years, when you consider where they have been previously, a long time to be without it.
Yeah, I think the health and safety officer needs to come out here now as well and sort this light situation out, because it's getting a bit embarrassing here. But with UL, look, let's call a spade a spade. Regardless what people think of what happened last year, they would have feel aggrieved to not being part of the weekend, and some of the players there, it's a wonderful story for the comeback for them as well. Coming into this weekend there as well, 2 semi-finals, 2 very great competitive semi-finals yesterday. None of us would have believed we'd have a 14-point ball game in the final here today, but it just goes to show when you take your chances, you seize your moments, and off you go when you do it. First quarter, 2-5 to 2 points up. We thought they were going to get the job done, but TU Dublin, great champions, as you mentioned in the commentary that they were, brought it back to a 1-point ball game, brought it back level, then upset Mairead O'Brien, upset Emer McGrath, upset other players as well. They get the big score, 6-11. Casey Hennessy getting to finish it off there as well, and it's absolutely fantastic story for themselves, fantastic story for the competition, and we're talking about the on-field action this year as well, and all the great stories that we told over this weekend. But look, you can have no doubts about it, UL are the deserving Ashburn Cup champions.
Yeah, when you have 6-year starting forwards and then your 2 subs that come on as well scoring, Darren, you probably was always only ever going to be one winner then.
Yeah, it was, and look, they responded well. Like, we were there wondering how the games on Saturday would affect the 2 teams, and we thought that University of Limerick come out of the traps a bit too fast. They tried to speed the marathon, and TU Dublin looked like they were just reeling them in. But I suppose, like anything, and it was a very intense game against DCU on Saturday, maybe that caught up with them a little bit there too. They were dependent on Roisin McCormick out the field. They were dependent on Megan Dowdle to get scores inside. And other players working hard as well, but that scoring threat that you need. Like, 112 is still a good innings. It would have had you there or thereabouts in the games yesterday. But UL and Mairead O'Brien in particular, like, I think a very, very deserving player of the match, stepped up in that third quarter, like the team did yesterday too, to seize the initiative. Now, someday you go for the goals, they don't go in. Some days they go in and you have a memorable story to tell. There was Mairead O'Brien's story there to tell, to get her 2 goals, be involved in other scores as well. And as you just mentioned there as well, Lorna McNamara, Cueva Lyons coming off the bench, they sharing 3 scores as well. Everybody involved, and even the work rate in defence. You were talking to Emer Lockman there, like, what a weekend she had. I know we mightn't have given her player of the match, but she's going to be in contention for overall player at the tournament. She stopped 2 nearly certain goals against UCC yesterday and just wouldn't leave Megan Dowdle alone throughout the afternoon here.
Yeah, well, that's a fine performance from her, and they've led the part. Let's credit, though, UL Camogie as a whole. 2 big wins for them then, Darren, over the weekend. They'll come back with 2 cups.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget, we mentioned earlier on talking about Galway, but UL did win the Corn and Whalegon yesterday in a very, very tight game against University of Galway, 2-9 to 1-11. So there'll be great celebrations down there. I know they won their final yesterday, but no doubt there was great support here in the crowd. I have to say one thing, this dome rocks when there's an atmosphere, and we had it in the Ashburn Cup final, but no doubt they were there cheering on their team here today, and they'll be heading on the buses down to Limerick in a while. And look, I don't know if it's a rag week in Limerick too. We heard the Galway girls say it was rag week earlier on, but look, they're rightfully to enjoy it there as well. UL have put in such work into the sport, as have other colleges as well, but we've seen it with their performances in Fitzgibbon, O'Connor, even competing in Sigerson there as well. But what we've seen many times in the commentary, the dominance they had in this competition during the 2010s. 4 years for them, it's a drought. It's like seeing Dublin not win an Ireland football title or something like that. They're going to cherish this. This is sweet. I know it's different players, but this is going to be sweet for all the people that put in the work down there.
No question about it, but big weekend then as we wrap up the action here in the Ashburn Cup final. Of course, victory for UL earlier then in the Purcell, going away University of Galway, and then of course Queen's taking away the cup with the Father Mark Cup earlier on in the day. So some great colleges action, Darren, and again it bodes well probably for the inter-county season, which gets underway next weekend.
Yeah,
at Division 1 level, of course.
At Division 1 level, yeah, of course the Division 2s are up and running already, but Division 1, yeah, there's the 1A and the inter-county season is back up and running. Just a couple of things, Killian, before we wrap up. Roisin McCormick's goal will live long in my memory. Yes. What a goal it was there. The way she set it up as much as anything else. I know she'd be disappointed that she was on the losing team in this game. I just also want to pay tribute. You were talking to Hilda Breslin as she wraps up her term as Uachtaráin Cumann Camogie in the hair, and she has put in an awful lot of work over the last 3 years, and it's been instrumental in bringing streaming that allows us to bring Camogie to your living room wherever in the world you are, and we thank Hilda for that. We have to thank as well University of Galway as the host in Connacht GA for the facilities they've provided. Yes, we're not happy with the lights person at the moment, but we'll move on. But again, what a facility it was. The atmosphere walking around here yesterday was absolutely unbelievable. But finally, Killian, to the players, not just the players from UL, not just the players from TU Dublin, but the players that we got to witness in this dome. We did 4 matches here on this live stream. We also did another commentary, yourself and myself, and a different outlet as well. Like 10 teams there, or like it was actually 8 teams I think in total, but giving everything they had to their respective colleges like UCC and DCU. Looking at this now, we left one behind. We could have been in this final. It could have been us. What a cracking Father Maher Cup we had between Queen's University Belfast and UU. And while it didn't happen for SETU Carlow in the Purcell Cup final, look, what a performance from University of Galway as well, the way they moved it. They'll be fighting for this trophy next year, I have absolutely no doubt, but they'll do well to take it off this particular team as well. If this is UL in transition, the others better step up their game, because they mightn't be going away anytime soon again.
Absolutely. It's a fitting way to end it then. Well, Darren was lead commentator. He's been a busy man over the weekend. I only skipped in today, but we were up and running anyway with coverage for the 2024. Hopefully you will join us. We'll be streaming probably somewhere over the next couple of weeks, and as we know, Division 1 getting underway next weekend in the National Camogie League. Hopefully you enjoyed the day from a fabulous venue here, of course, at the University of Galway Connacht GA Airdome. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Congratulations to all the winners over the weekend. I'm sure they'll enjoy the evening. From myself, Darren, from Luke, also from Ger and David in the background from Entray, good luck to you.